नमस्कार रेनू मैम।
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग जी।
Vandana, you can start, and Dr. Pooja, please call to Dr. Manjari to join.
Madam has sent a message. She will join around 10:20.
10:20. Okay, so
we can start the session.
Yeah, please start the session. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
So let's start the event as Renu madam has joined us. Very warm welcome to the 2021 International Women's Summit on 8th day of August. It is worth mentioning this event is being organized jointly by IIT Bhopal Center, ITE, MITS Student Forum, MITS Gwalior, and III India Gwalior Center. Today, it's my honor to host you all, the international personalities who proved to have been empowered women across the globe. I welcome you all in this international summit. We all are gathered here to celebrate the achievements of women and girls across the region and beyond. Today, we have with us different eminent speakers from various 15 countries to discuss upon the topic women empowerment. It is again a great achievement that in all we received around 50 requests for the event for the talk on this particular topic, but due to time limitation and concise schedule, we are limiting to 15 only. As we are aware that world has made great achievement in raising women's economic empowerment, political participation, leadership, and decision-making power. We also have witnessed remarkable progress in education and health of women. Furthermore, very importantly, with the strengthening of a strong legal and institutional foundation, various countries have adopted progressive measures to rectify laws and regulations. Actions are being taken to prevent violence against women and to provide legal rights. So, before beginning the inaugural session, I must mention my sincere gratitude to the person behind the scene. Without his effort, this event was next to impossible. Yes, Dr. P.K. Singhal sir, he is our guide, mentor, motivator, and in the capacity of Chairman IIT Bhopal Center is present with us for showering his blessings for the event. Thank you, sir, for your continuous support and for motivation which you have given for making this event a success. Now, let's begin the inaugural session. Respected guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all present here. It's our honor that today we have with us Dr. Renu Jain Madam. She is Vice Chancellor DAV Indore, and Dr. Manjari Pandit Madam. She will be joining us very shortly for the inaugural session of Women International Summit on the theme Women Empowerment. It's my honor to introduce Renu Jain Madam. She is the chief guest for the today's event. Dr. Renu Jain Madam, presently the Vice Chancellor of DAV Indore, did her BSc degree in 1974 and MSc in 1977 from Jivaji University, Gwalior. She was awarded UGC Junior Research for pursuing her PhD. She started her career from the School of Mathematics and Allied Science, Jivaji Gwalior, as a lecturer, and she was professor over there since 1998. Her research interest includes Lie theory, special functions, fractional calculus, and mathematical modeling of biological and ecological systems, etc. She had a very good number of national and international journal and conference publications to her credit. She has been awarded Nehru Century British Fellowship in 1989 for working as a postdoctoral fellow in Imperial College London. It was a great achievement for her. She has been the reviewer of various international and national journals. She has also been a member of different national level committees working for upgrading the education system. At present, she is working hard as a Vice Chancellor DABB Indore to the for raising its heights to the sky. So, thank you, madam, for being with us and gracing the occasion and sparing your valuable time for motivating us. Now, I request our chief guest, Dr. Renu Jain, madam, for her motivational words. Madam, please.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to one and all present over here. Uh, the Madam Pandit has not joined, so I wanted to address her. But those I can see that Dr. Khetan, Dr. P.K. Singhal, and other faculty members, and all the participants of this innovative seminar on women empowerment. A very good morning to all of you. The word women empowerment itself implies that the women are not powerful enough. They need to be empowered. This painful truth has been in existence for a long time. It is in the recent years only that noticeable work started beginning to lift the women out of the abyss of insignificance and powerlessness. The patriarchal society suppressed women's freedom across the world. Women were not allowed to vote or even put forward any opinion. Women were confined to their homes. As time progressed, they realized that their life meant much more than just serving in the household. As more and more women started crossing the man-made barriers, the world began to witness the rise of women. In the ancient days and even in the recent past, women in hundreds of countries were not allowed to vote. As time passed, more and more women came together and made their voices heard. Gaining voting rights significantly lifted the positions of women in the society. There were many suffrage movements in support of women's voting rights, which eventually succeeded in granting women the right to vote. No woman can be empowered if she is not financially independent. From the 20th century onwards, women got more opportunities to join the workforce. However, at the same time, many women in England were forced to work both in the workplace and in the household to support the family. In England and in other parts of the world also. After only the Second World War, women by their own chose to join the workforce. Today, more and more jobs are opening for women. Women are proving to be worthy of the designations assigned to them. During the COVID-19 crisis also, as we have all observed, the leadership and management that proved most effective, namely just like collaboration, resourcefulness, communication, transparency, all these things are historically been associated with how women lead. The world leaders who have been most effective have been women, such as Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, or Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. In our own country, Bharat, women empowerment cannot be compared with that in other countries. Women were highly respected in the Vedic ages. The focus on women's education was never absent in those times. The word Sahdharmani, that means equal partner, was known from the Vedic days, which shows that women in India in ancient days enjoyed respect, education, reverence, and equal status. As time passed, the Indian culture was contaminated with the conservative Middle Eastern and British culture. As a result, the power and respect that women enjoyed were lost. The women were continuously denied basic human rights such as education and equality. They were suppressed and limited to domesticity and restrained from getting basic education. Gradually, after independence, women started regaining the lost power. Today, women are everywhere. The country saw its female prime minister and president. The country has many eminent female sports persons also, like we can witness in the recent Olympics. We have the presence of Mirabai Chanu, PV Sindhu, Lavlina, and even the Indian hockey team has also shown its strength to the world. Today, women are also joining the combat forces in India without any hesitation. However, there are many women in India who are still finding it hard to come out of the clutches of patriarchy, particularly in the rural sector. The discrimination, violence, and harassment at the workplace or in the closed walls of homes continue to exist. This is very painful to say, but this is the actual situation in most of the places. In rural and poor households, the situation is still grim. Issues like female feticides, the dowry system, and child marriage are also prevalent in our society. The society is still committed to patriarchy. Irrespective of the laws, girls are not proffered the right to property and are considered as a burden. Girls are often not educated and enlightened on the progress that humanity is making. They neither have health awareness nor financial awareness. Another major factor that stalls development in the labs is the implementation of laws and policies. Though we have laws to address discrimination of women and violence against women, our women, irrespective of the background, live in constant fear. Safety remains a major concern here. The first step towards women empowerment is educating a girl child. It is said that when you educate a woman, you educate the whole society. With good education, girls can get high paying jobs and consequently wage gaps could be lowered. Increased health awareness prevents early pregnancy and malnutrition. When women have more freedom, they can involve in unexplored areas also. In both biological and moral context, women possess greater abilities to shape the future and development of a family as well as society. Thus, equal opportunities should be given to every woman to help them fully grow as an individual and make their own choices. It is the duty of empower individuals like us and other men in the society to urge these women to raise voice, protest, and seek help from the authorities. Let us hope to envisage a world where all women are standing on equal footing as an individual, having the right to make their own choices, keeping their head high and hearts full of love and compassion towards their family, society, and nation at large. A world where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where the knowledge is free, where the world is not broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. With these lines are these are few lines from the literary work Gitanjali by Rabindranath Tagore. With these words, I wish all the participants a successful and bright career. I sincerely hope that the present program will prove to be interesting, informative, and useful for all the participants and will open new avenues for them. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Thanks.
मैडम आप म्यूट है,
Hello.
वंदना
Hello.
मैडम म्यूट है आप.
Sorry. Thank you so much, madam, for being with us and gracing the inaugural occasion of the event and sparing your valuable time for our motivation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Hello, I can see now Manjari ma'am. How are you, ma'am? It's nice to see all of you again.
Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar. Yes.
After a very long time, and hearty congratulations for rising to such heights, actually.
Thank you so much.
It was also excellent today.
And it is, I am feeling as if I am among my own people. So
Yes,
it's a very good feeling that I am getting. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you once again, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am.
Now we have with us Dr. Manjari Pandit, madam. So again, it's my honor to invite Dr. Manjari Pandit, madam, for gracing the occasion as guest of honor. She is a professor and dean academics in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Madhav Institute of Technology and Science, India. She has a very vast teaching and research experience of 35 years in the field of electrical engineering. Her research area covers neural networks and fuzzy logic, soft computing applications to electrical power systems, nature-inspired optimizations, techno-economic assessment of hybrid renewable energy systems, electrical power systems operations with renewable energy resources, and so many. She has in total around 66 international papers, 68 international conference papers, and 28 book chapters to her credits. She has received multiple awards. She has received IST Maharashtra Government National Research Award for work done by teachers of engineering colleges for year 2002. She has also received IST Raja Ram Babu Patil National Award for Promising Engineering Teachers for the year 2004. She earned Certificate of Merit by Institute of Engineers India 2004. She has also received UGC Postdoctoral Research Award for 2 years and many such more to her credits. It is worth mentioning that she is Associate Editor of Institute of Engineers and Technology, IET Journal of Engineering. Apart from this, she has handled around 10 sponsored projects from various national repute funding agencies like DST, AICT, UGC, etc. Last but not the least, she is the inspiration to all the faculties in the MITS for her quality teaching, research, and innovation aptitude. So, madam, now I request you, please enlighten us with your motivational words. Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana Thakre,
Thank
and
you.
for such a for welcoming me and giving me an opportunity. Actually, I am the host, one of the hosts, kind of, I can say. I'm not a guest. And uh, good morning to all the participants. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Renu Jain once again to this forum. And it's a good initiative by the IETE. And once again, we have here under the same umbrella the IETE and Institution of Engineers chapter, who have been doing actually wonderful activities the year round under the guidance of uh, Khetan Saab and Professor P.K. Singhal ji. So I again congratulate the team, Singhal sir, Khetan sir and their team for inviting and bringing under the same umbrella a large number of eminent people every time. And particularly the topic today about women empowerment is very close to my heart. It is a very well taken subject, and I hope there will be a day, a day will come when we'll not have to talk about gender equity, women empowerment. There will be no need to discuss these issues. You see, it will be like once the things are achieved, then there is no need to have a topic. So every time we have this activity, such kind of activity, I expect, I hope that maybe in future we'll not need to discuss this, and this will come naturally to society, and this will be embedded in society. Like nobody talks about men empowerment. Okay, so the thing starts there itself. The moment we say we are going to discuss or we are going to have a session or an event on women empowerment, means it is not there fully as it should be there. So let's hope the first step towards equity would be that we'll not need to discuss women empowerment. It will be embedded, it will be taken for, I mean, it will be there like it is for the other gender. Dr. Renu Jain has, I have seen that she has touched almost all the points. Actually, there is not much left for me to say because she has spoken, she has touched all the points of this particular topic. I like to just add a few things which come to my mind. Uh, I feel that the you know the things which are the hindrances in women empowerment, so the beginning actually happens the moment a girl child is born. And this is not only in India. We should not feel that the Indian society has a bias towards the female sex. No, it's not like that. Most of the world part, everywhere, some kind or the other, there is difference. Maybe we are not able to observe it on the face of it. It looks that the women, they are wearing modern clothes. Okay, they are doing a lot of makeup and they are moving around freely, wearing the kind of dresses they want to wear, and we short dresses maybe or whatever. So because Indians don't do this, so we feel that, oh, their women are highly empowered because you see how they are dressing up, how they are moving about. But that's not the case. if you look deeper into their society, because that's their culture, they wear that kind of dresses and maybe they move freely and we feel that they are free. But the bias, the bias and that patriarchal thing, that women are somehow dependent on men or slightly inferior to men, that feeling comes in every society, in all over the world, which is reflected in the, if you look at the domestic violence cases, and if you look at the violence against women and all those things. So actually, what is the root cause of this woman empowerment? You see, power, the word itself means power. So the thing started because, from ancient times, we all know that physically women are weaker than men. The Almighty has designed these two sexes, male and female, and there are some specific features, physical features. There are some differences, or some differences in the mind also, in the brains also, because women use their logic and all more. So there is a difference, definitely. We cannot say that, uh, we must not expect that both are same. Both men and women will remain different forever unless the species evolves and changes. You see, like the coronavirus is constantly evolving and different variants are coming. Let's say the human race also evolves over time physically. So maybe that day we cannot say, but right now there is a difference. So mostly the thing starts from physical power, and due to that, because they have a upper hand in that particular domain, physical power, so the males in general develop a mindset that we are superior. And due to that, because you see, in society there are so many things, there is a question of safety. In earlier times, all difficulties or all disputes were resolved by what? There used to be fighting, there used to be wars. And the wars, as Dr. Renu Jain also said, were big turning points. They were turning points. And these were the things, like, there used to be political shifts after the wars, there used to be power struggle, there used to be power shift. And in those wars, though some of the women, but Indian women also, we have the example of the Rani Lakshmi Bai and all, who were there, who took active part in wars, but still physically they were weaker, you see. In today's times, even wars are not going to, because the wars are not going to be fought with physical power, but war will be fought with, the power of the mind and the power of the internet, and all things are remote controlled, there are machines. So now I think, if there are wars even, then women will not be at the receiving end. Even women will not be at the back foot there also, because technology, I will say, has empowered women as never before. I feel it in my day to day life also. Because of technology, women are able to take their own decisions, they are able to handle their finances, they are able to move freely, in this world, because that mobile, the mobile apps, the things, they have empowered them. Now it is not necessary that if a woman is coming late by some train, so she's traveling, she's reaching in an unknown city, and maybe there is nobody to receive her. So these are times where she can safely reach her destination even at nights. And this has happened due to technology, because we are all the time connected. I don't mean that due to technology there won't be any crimes and all that. That is a different thing. But in general, compared to the woman 4 or 5 years earlier, the woman today is more empowered. Slowly she is handling due to these net banking and other things, because otherwise there was a problem of traveling. You see, few women drive, not all women are competent, so many women do not drive, so that these become first thing is the physical weakness thing. Secondly, some we have a mindset that women are not good or not very competent in the mechanical skills, so women do not drive. Women, so due to that, they, or even if they drive, nowadays many women are free, they just move freely here and there, they drive vehicles, cars and everything. all over the world, but there is a feeling that that's not their priority, you see. So they'll like to be with the kids, or they'll like to be at home, and all these bahar ka kaam, all these outside work, will be handled by men. And therefore automatically, even educated women who are earning salaries, the finances are managed by men. And there is nothing bad. It's not that everywhere, like, it's not a question of ego or something, that everywhere the woman should be involved. There will have to be a distribution of work in a family, and certain job will be done by that. There is no problem about that. Empowerment is not that. Like, kitchen is being managed from centuries by women, but is she empowered? No. What will be cooked will be decided by men sometimes, because they'll say that we want to eat this, we want to eat that. Anyway, that is a different issue. It's a small issue. So what I meant to say is that I will like to I feel that technology has empowered women, and everywhere they are able to, like, you see, even if a woman has to, there was a movie, this secret superstar or something. So it talked about a girl from a parda, having a family which used to have parda and all, and she was a singer. So you see, due to technology, she could just upload. She was a aspiring singer, and she was just able to put her video on YouTube, and she became a secret superstar. Nobody knew her name and everything, but she was able to do it because of YouTube, you see. She was able to put, she just and once, as there is a saying in Hindi, that सूरज को आप झोपड़ी में छुपाकर नहीं रख सकते. So similarly, talent in today's times, any kind of talent, will not be, it's very difficult to suppress talent, because it will come out in some way or the other. Right now the Olympic games are going on, and we see the example, okay, of those Mirabai and all, who have actually come from such small villages. And there in those villages, the mindset may not yet has, the mindset is same, maybe. There is patriarchy and all those things. But you see, they have struggled, they have made their way up, and today they are shining on the global platform. So definitely, women are multitaskers. They have a very strong will, and maybe if you look at the mind, so they are not weak there. At least physically they may be, but in their mind they are almost equals. And some people even say, I don't completely agree, but some people say that women mentally, or from their mind point of view, are stronger than men. And when there are crises or other situations, sometimes, like, again, we'll have to say majority, we cannot say every, but if you take an average or something, so on an average, women are more stable under crisis. They are able to handle crisis better, even if they don't have exposure. These are sociological studies, you see, people say this. Coming again back to women empowerment, I think in this women empowerment, we do not need sloganeering, you see. The cause of gender equity or women empowerment will, receive a setback if we connect this particular topic with, you know sloganeering mindset, that we are just, raising flags and we want feminism and whatever we say. So it is not about competing or in everywhere fighting. Like, this is not an issue where women have to fight at each stage. What is needed is, you need to change the mindset of people, of the society in general. The mindset of society is the culprit. Women are wonderful. They have been doing wonders from ancient times, because we hear of so many women, and many other women get motivated by the example of these women, that okay, we can do this. When she's, and one woman, like, she becomes one woman who rises above the, higher echelons of society, you see, she becomes the motivator for so many others. So many others want to follow her, and she becomes an icon for so many others who want to follow in her footsteps. But the thing is that wherever you may be, sometimes there are examples that women are in at top positions. But if you go to their houses, you will find that they are not respected as they should be by their family members. There are examples, there are instances, and women have spoken about it also. And there they will try to, you know, demoralize the woman who has done very good for herself, but they will demoralize her by saying certain things about her gender. And you see, so because the mindset has not changed, and she will be again and again made to feel that you are not giving time. Even these things, I will say, are cruelty to women. If you just again and again pinpoint that your duty is towards the kids, and why are you you are not able to give the time to her and all that. Like, there are families who will just get all the benefit that is there from women because of women working or women being in high positions. They will get everything, they will enjoy all those benefits, but then they will expect the woman at home to follow the instructions of, like, follow means nobody should follow anybody. You see, there should be a joint decision if what something is to be done or something is not to be done. Like, at home, they people want to instruct women, like, so that's not empowerment. Nobody should instruct each other. Nobody should instruct the other person. That can be for the people who are hired at your place, the staff of your house, servants or your employees. You can instruct them. But family members should not instruct each other. They should just discuss what is to be done. But I have myself seen many people, many families, where the moment woman reaches home, she is expected to just be at the beck and call of everybody, right from the kids. It's not only the husband, or maybe the mother-in-laws are very, uh, infamous, that they dominate. But in today's world, even the kids get that mindset, and they think that she's supposed to be, oh, why did you come late? And it's okay. Kids will expect that. But again, I'm talking about with what mindset they are speaking is important. They should respect and understand their their mothers or their sisters or their wives duties at the workplace, and they should not mock her for, let us say, if she has to devote time other than office hours for some work or something. So there should not be a mocking, and a woman should not be made to feel guilty that she is giving the time which was meant for her family to her office or to her job. Because if a woman has to rise, she will have to take additional responsibilities. And who will be there to support her? Her family only. So a consensus should be reached at home. Same happens at workplace also. I'll come to that later. So there has to be a consensus, and a family should decide their priorities jointly. If they decide, and if the woman agrees that, okay, I will not go beyond this, I just want to, many women do that. They sacrifice their careers, and many working women always say that my family is my first priority. That's very good, no problem about that. But that should come from her own heart. It should not be enforced. It should be her own. What I mean is, woman empowerment is about taking decisions, taking, informed and knowledgeable decisions. They should come from the woman. And here we live in a society where even the decisions about the woman's own body even are taken by others. I am sure you will understand what I mean. So even her body, control over her body also is not her own in this society. So that's really very, very painful. So woman empowerment is not about fighting for your rights. Woman empowerment is not reserving seats for women in every committee, or right from admissions to different. Of course, these measures also help a lot, because this particular community, females, have been suppressed. So these governmental policies and all these things, these reservations and all, they also give, like, giving representation to women. This definitely helps. I'll not say this is not useful. This helps. But just because we need these measures itself is detrimental to the cause of women empowerment, because it means that we need these things. We should try to build a society where such a thing will not be there, because then again women are mocked that, oh, you have reservation. So fighting for women is maybe the people, because I'm not a social worker, I'm not a politician, and my, you see, my vision, rather, I will say, though Dr. Vandana and IET chapter has honored me by inviting me on this platform, but actually I am very short sighted about this topic because I have never researched. Yeah, I'm not from this area. So maybe there are eminent people, eminent experts I have seen on the panel who are going to address this event as panelists, as speakers. So they'll definitely be able to throw, with statistics and all, they'll be able to throw light on this topic. What I'm saying is just coming from my heart. That's all. I have no authority on this topic as such. Just my experiences or whatever I have seen in the world. From that, I'm speaking. So, what I mean to say, what I wanted to say was, because I have not done any research on this topic, I don't have any statistics to support what I'm saying. These are just general observations which I am putting here. So, everywhere, first thing is we need to create awareness. And maybe, as I said, the sociologists and the people who are working, they will be able to know better about these policies which are being implemented for women empowerment, in the name of women empowerment. But sometimes women are ridiculed due to these. People make fun of them ki you have come like on reservation seat, your seat was reserved. But so what? So what? It is a society where almost 50% are women. When there are 50% women, definitely there should be at least some representation of them at every forum. And if it is not there, so we'll have to go back and see what is the reason for that. Now, I always say that it is not though women are weaker, but the Almighty didn't create them weak here. Almighty gave them a brain, and sometimes a better brain than their counterparts in some cases. So why should the opportunities be denied to them? So therefore, जिसके हाथ में जो है, whosoever is able to do what, they are doing it to change the society. And you see, many things in a society come from, if they will see the posters of women that they are there in the ministries, they are vice chancellors, they are in the 33% seats in engineering colleges. So little by little, slowly, the mindset changes, definitely. Because they get used to, earlier they have seen women in the kitchens only, and in some societies they are just covered, their head is covered, sometimes even they are in parda and all that. So a certain type of societal restrictions on women have been imposed, and it's all about mindset. That's all. It is just mindset. If you go to a beach and you see there women in bikini, nobody even looks at them twice, because everybody is like that there. So it is just a mindset. If you think that, oh, it's natural, then it is natural. In many tribal societies, women are dressed. So all these are all very small issues, but they play a very important role in suppressing a woman sometimes. These things are used against women. You see, these are very small issues. It doesn't matter if I'm wearing a sari or if I'm wearing a jeans, I'm inside the same. But these small issues are used to pressurize women, to put them in a corner, to make them guilty, as women are very sensitive. So again, I'll come back to the thing that it's all here. It's in the mindset of the society. And even women are not free from that mindset. Even they have certain, like biases in their mind. We have a certain feeling that a woman should be like this, a man should be like this. And nothing wrong in that also, as long as this mindset does not hamper the growth of 50% of the population, as long as they are free to take their decisions. And of course, free doesn't mean that I am free, but I will curb the freedom of the other person. Things have to be joint, like whatever I do will have an implication on my family, on my society. So naturally, everybody is a stakeholder. So everything has to be considered. But making their own decisions is most important. Maybe jointly with the family members, but decisions should be made. And a woman in the family or maybe at the workplace or wherever should play as important a role in making those decisions as others in the family, all other stakeholders. So sometimes the woman is not considered as a stakeholder in a family's, particularly regarding decisions about herself or about her daughters. At least you see, Renu madam has very rightly said that education is one thing which empowers women as nothing else. Once a woman is educated, she can just touch the sky. There is no limit. It is only up to her willpower, her feeling, her wishes, and all that. Education is very important. Second is health. Women sometimes neglect their own health. They'll not eat properly. They think that if they devote more time towards their own care, like they'll not take care about of their body. They'll not give even a small time for devoting for taking care of the wellness of their body. They'll say, we don't have time, we don't have time, we have so many other. Because the thing is, it's not that they don't have time, but they are not expected to sit or just do something of their own when where the family is not involved. They are not expected by the society and the family to take out time for themselves, maybe for preparing their career related some research, or this maybe physical exercise, yoga, meditation, or something. It is expected that, oh, why is she doing this? Everybody will call her, please give me this, please come here. And actually, at least in Indian families, I have seen that it is not about, it is out of love also. Like, everybody wants their mothers or their wives to be around them when they are at home. This is what I've seen. It's not that they don't want women to grow or something. Yeah, or they feel that if she's doing something else means she's neglecting me. Not that, but somehow they want to be like engulfed. They want to be their women to be around them always. They want their mother to be there when they come from school. They want their wives to be there with a cup of tea. And sometimes the intentions are purely, it's not always that everybody is dominating everybody. No, it's not that. It's out of love also. Sometimes the love of the family or the overprotectiveness of the parents also becomes like, no, 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 we'll not send our daughters to study outside. God knows. They may not be safe there. So these overprotectiveness and love also sometimes restricts the growth of a woman. Anyway, this is a topic where we can just go on discussing, but as I said, I'm not an expert at all. I only have some experience. And I have always seen that except the mindset of people, mindset of co-workers at a workplace, mindset of the society, which which doesn't want the women sometimes to see a woman in senior positions or leading positions. They always feel that she has to be like the weaker sex, and she has to be at the receiving end. I will give everything to her, but she should not like, there is a circle drawn for her that you have to live within this kind of Lakshman Rekha, whatever we say. You have to be within that. That is one thing sometimes. And it's again like, women have to be very reasonable also. It's not that in the name of sloganeering women empowerment, we want this, we want that. That I think is the most detrimental for the growth of women sometimes. That is not the thing. It has to be very slow and subtle. Change in mindset of a society cannot be in one day. And therefore, there is a need for awareness. Like, there are such renowned experts from all over the globe. I will congratulate the team, Vandana madam and her team, Deep Kishore ji, Singhal ji, and their mentor Khetanji. I will just congratulate these people to bring such so many representation from so many countries. You will be able to hear so many people and their experiences, which will be very uh, you know uh, it will be like opening a door to this particular topic, because we may again have a bias. We are just thinking about our own society, but there are so many societies and so many cultures in the world. And each culture, as I said, we look at some women from other countries and we feel that they're highly empowered, but they may not be. So all those issues, I'm sure, I hope that they'll be discussed today. Once again, I welcome all the speakers, expert speakers, panelists who are going to be here. I can see Dr. Mutmaina here, and once we were there last year in one particular session. So I'm able to see many names, and I welcome all of them to this particular activity organized. One of the organizers being our IETE student chapter of Madhav Institute of Technology and Science, Gwalior. Yes. Namaskar, Dr. Mutmaina. Good morning.
Halo, good afternoon from Indonesia.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, we have good afternoon for you.
Yeah, so
So you were
happy.
going to speak last time also. Your speech was very, very good, and I'm sure that this time
Yeah,
also it will be quite interesting. And you all are actually experts in this particular field. So I
inshallah.
would like to leave the dais for the experts now. And I once again welcome you all. I
Thank
can see
you.
one more person here, Miss Sacha Kaluri, I
Yeah,
think. So I welcome her also. I don't know whether I pronounced your names correctly or not, but welcome to this particular event. And all the best to all the participants. And thank you very much. Over to you, Vandana ji or Singal ji.
Oh,
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for your gracious word. And really, I am thankful from the behalf of organizing team that you have really told us the truth which is existing in the society. Thank you so much, ma'am.
so,
Now,
Dr. Banda, with your permission, may I say a few lines? Only
sure,
few
sir.
words.
Please,
Sure.
please, sir.
So,
Please.
on behalf of the Institution of Engineers, I welcome all the participants. This program is being organized by the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, Bhopal Center, and the Institution of Engineers Gwalior chapter, Shivpuri Institute of Technology, Shivpuri, India, and Director of Shivpuri Institute of Technology, Dr. Rakesh Singhai, along with his family, has joined this program, and I welcome all the participants. And so far I am able to see participants from around 13 countries have joined here, and many more are expected. One of my favorite student, Mrs. Avantika Saxena, she has joined here from Canada. So we feel honored to have all the participants here. These are my words which I have spoken emotionally. So thank you very much. Over to Dr. Bandra Vikas Thakre. Please continue.
I have got a question. Could I ask that?
Yeah, please, please.
Actually, Dr. Manjari is telling about the patriarchal society, women empowerment. What about the case when there is a matriarchal society? In the matriarchal society, what was the case? Where the women empowerment question was there or not? Because sometimes history says that patriarchal society was there. After that, the patriarchal society has come. So, do you have any knowledge about the matriarchal society?
I have, as I said, I have no knowledge about anything. Whatever I spoke was from my own experience only. And if you have heard me, you must have heard here that I said that actually it should be no, neither patriarchy not matriarchy. It should be whatever, because there are two people and they will have, naturally women and males will have a different kind of mindset always. So they should work as a team. The Almighty has created them as a team, so they should
Yes.
work as a team. And whichever, like some areas should be here and some areas should be there. That's all. That's all. There is nobody
That's
who will
important.
dominate anybody. That is the basic idea.
The,
And
the
there should
woman,
be a
the
day when we
woman empowerment question of woman empowerment does not come nowadays because it is the
yes,
double
yes,
functions, double functions of the men and women to
women both.
develop the world. You know, as humankind, human kind.
Yes,
That
yes,
I feel.
you are very right. But sir, this is not the case in every place, na? Like there are
Oh,
rural
that is true.
opportunities, and yes, that is why that is what I said that someday we may not be discussing on this topic at all. And I just wait for that day. I hope that that day comes in
Yes,
my
that you have
lifetime.
already touched. That I
Yes,
heard that you have touched that
yes,
point.
yes,
That's very important. That's very good that you have
yes,
touched that point.
yes, yes. Thank you.
He was Dr. Kundu from Kolkata, a senior scientist, retired person. So, welcome, Dr. Kundu. Over to
Yes,
Dr.
thank you.
Bandana. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Now I request Dr. Karuna madam to please put a vote of thanks. Dr. Karuna madam?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good morning, all. Good morning, madam. A very good morning to all. On behalf of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, Bhopal Center, Shivpuri Institute of Technology, Shivpuri, Institution of Engineers India, Gwalior Center, IETE MITS Students Forum, Gwalior, India, and my own behalf, I, Dr. Karuna Markam, coordinator of the workshop, would like to take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable Women International Summit on Women Empowerment. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Renu Jain, Vice Chancellor, DAVV Indore, for enlightening us. I am also extend my sincere thanks to Dean Academics, Dr. Manjari Pandit Madam, for sharing their views and motivating us. Thank you, Madam. I also thanks to Chairman IET Dr. P.K. Singhal sir and Ketan sir for their support and guidance. I would like to extend my utmost gratitude towards our incredible speakers for not only sharing time with us, but we are also waiting for their commendable talks. You will definitely put best of your efforts to make this event unforgettable. I also thanks to our wonderful audience for their presence. Thank you all. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vandana Madam to chair the first session. Vandana Madam, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Karuna ma'am.
Thank you.
So, not wasting much of the time, I invite Sacha Kalori from Australia for her experience to be shared in the event. Madam, please, Sacha Kalori. Madam, please unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for
Hello.
having
Good
me.
morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning. It's afternoon. I'm in Australia, so much later for us in the afternoon. Thank you so much. It's been great listening to you all speak. I actually wanted to just add some input to some of the effects of how women have been affected by the pandemic in Australia. And so upon actually reflecting on this and also having this presentation in a few other different women's empowerment sessions, it's really been noted that it's had, more than 40 or 50 countries around the world that I've done this same presentation. And what I have learned is that women around the world have all experienced the same kind of things. And so when I talk about the effects of Australia, I'm sure that you'll understand that these effects are much wider rather than just thinking about how they're affecting just Australian women. They're actually, and we're a very multicultural society, and how it's actually affecting all other women around the world. Is there a chance that I can share my screen? Hello?
Yeah, please.
Can I share my screen with you?
What help you want? You want to make some presentation? You just press arrow key. There is an arrow key in the bottom.
And I can do that?
After that, one screen might be there. You select the whole screen.
Perfect. Okay, I've got that.
Then
Beautiful.
you select the whole screen presentation. Yeah, it has been started.
It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Now you open your presentation. PowerPoint presentation.
Can you still see me? Or can you
Yeah,
only
yeah,
see the
your
presentation?
presentation is here. If your presentation is here, please continue.
But can you see me as well?
Sorry?
Can you see me as well?
Yes, 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 yes.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Okay.
So I just wanted to go over, so this is my business. I'm a motivational speaker in Australia, and I speak at a couple of hundred schools or different organisations throughout Australia each year, and I also get to, pre-pandemic, was able to travel to US a few times a year to speak, and also around New Zealand. So it's been very prominent how women have been affected, and I just wanted to cover some ways that they've been affected in Australia. So one of my roles, and you'll notice some of the photos here, I've added some photos of my family. And the reason I've added those photos of my family is because this presentation is quite dear to my heart, because as being a woman, I've been severely affected and my business has been severely affected, and also my family with homeschooling and being locked down, and Australia having one of the longest lockdowns, as we are still currently in lockdown right now. So one of my roles is that I have been I've been the Australian ambassador for the the New York United Nations Women Entrepreneurship Day. And as part of that, one of the involvements was that for the study that we were involved in was that for every dollar that a woman earns, and this is when we're collectively looking at worldwide earnings of women, 90 cents goes back into her children that she looks at. The other thing is yet for men, for every dollar, and now this of course is not for every man, I'm sure that there are lots of men that would disagree with this, but if we put worldwide collective together, for every $1 that a man earns, 30 cents of that dollar goes back into raising their children and educating their children. So what's actually happened is women have actually been hit harder as far as not being able to work, because their industries have been taken away from them to be able to work. And this has been very prominent within Australia as well. So how the women have been affected is firstly that a lot of industries that employ women around Australia and obviously worldwide have actually been hit the hardest. And when we look at things, and this is my family in the corner here, and when we look at that, what's been things like hairdressing salon, beauty therapists, industries where women actually can't work and can't have that connection have been taken away from them, also with childcare, schooling, those kind of things. And then what's actually happened is even women that are professional women here in Australia have been at home, and they've also been having to be at home and take care of the majority of the homeschooling, family care, cooking and cleaning, all while still having to work from there. So for just in Australia, since March 2020, our children have missed 32 weeks of school. So if you can actually think about it, that's almost a year of schooling that children have been homeschooled. So effectively a mother has now been a child's best friend, their playmate, their cook, their cleaner, their teacher, and also being their parent as well. So that's actually quite a difficult juggle that's been taken on. Now that doesn't mean that fathers haven't taken on that role. Of course they have had to
Excuse me,
take.
ma'am, your slides are not moving actually.
Can you see this? What slide are you seeing now? How the pandemic has affected women in Australia?
Yeah.
Yep. So the governments need to understand that this has actually been a big hit on young people, as well as the more that they're affecting and taking away the opportunity for women to have to juggle between parenting, homeschool, working from home. Governments are actually, because most of our governments are actually led by men, there's not a clear understanding of the effects that this has taken on the next generation of our children
Madam,
and
we
their
could not see
education.
the slide actually. Like slideshow is not moving.
Can you see this? What do you see now? Women in Australia feel
The
forgotten?
first slide, the impact women have in a pandemic.
Okay, what I'll do is...
Now it's okay. Now women of Australia feel forgotten.
Okay, so I'll just leave it like this.
Okay.
So the women of Australia are actually saying that they're feeling forgotten. Governments are actually taking longer to open their industries. So when those industries are being opened, they're not being open. Those ones are being opened last. So any industries that are majority that are employing women. So for example, when states are opening up, they will open construction first. They will open up industries that are predominantly worked in by males, yet not necessarily using the industries that are taking there. There's obviously been minimal access to childcare. And constantly mothers are feeling guilty that they're not good enough and they're not doing everything. Yet on their day-to-day basis, what they are doing is that they're juggling all of these things at once. So yet still the study shows that in 2021, women are doing 80% of the home duties. This is in Australia, looking at Australia. So in those duties, they're still doing those cooking, the cleaning and the basic home duties, as well as working, and also now they're taking on, like I said, when we're looking at taking care of children, it's a much bigger scope now. So we're looking at what that takes as far as they're becoming their child's friend, making sure that they're organising play dates, making sure that their children are getting exercise enough. So now this has become much bigger, as all while trying to juggle that. So this is where what that does is, how does this affect the next generation that we're raising, that they are completely revolving around their mothers, as it says with 80% of the work that we've done. And these are my children here. So what's actually happened is women are actually much more resilient. So the reason women have been able to cope with this probably is that studies actually show that women are much more resilient. So studies showed that women are able to be subjected to harsher conditions. They live longer than men, even right from when we're babies. Premature babies are more likely to survive than boys. Women live 5 to 6 years longer. They can handle pain better. They're emotionally stronger and able to develop friendship and human connections. And this is something that's very much needed within that pandemic. And they're able to seek help easier when and obviously good at multitasking. So this strength that's been able to give with women to withstand all of this is that it's defined by the ability to withstand the pain and punishing through the body of their own discomfort. This is regardless, these looking at studies, this is regardless of a woman's culture, and the data shows that this is that they have a lot of, they're able to withstand stress much more than a man does. So when looking at this, I think that we do need to give a very strong understanding of the way that women have been affected within this pandemic because of what's happened within the juggle of what they're doing. So why it takes a woman, I think that you know, there's some very prominent things where I know that there's a picture that I haven't got here, but there's a race, and it's very prominent with the Olympics going on, and there is the race, and a male and a female are going towards their end goals in their lifetime, and that you'll see the male will have that same race, but the woman on her race, you'll see she has a whole lot of obstacles that a male doesn't necessarily have to face. And what happens is that women aren't able to necessarily climb that corporate ladder as fast as a man does, purely because they aren't able to put in those same amount of hours of work without, and also the guilt that they're carrying as well. So I think that we need to understand the guilt that women are carrying, which is a big thing. And I think, you know, and I'm certainly not here as anyone saying that men aren't doing the right thing. I'm sure in some families they really are, but as this is a time when regardless of gender, we need to work together as a team. And I know that we were just saying this before, and Dr. Pandit was saying this, right, that regardless of gender and who we are, that we do need to work it together as a team and make us stronger as a society. Because once we get this, in the end of the day, rather than looking at us as males and females, we're actually all humans. And so rather than competing against who's doing the most, it's really looking at what as humans do we need to do to raise our children, to raise our family, to survive a pandemic, and all the pressures and stresses that it actually comes under this. So it's really about making sure that we work as a team rather than blaming and not and saying who doesn't, to actually see when something needs to be done, that we're all pitching in that regardless of our gender. So it would be good if anyone would like to stay in contact with me. These are all my details, and thank you so much for having me. It's been a delight to actually be a part of this. Thank you so much.
Dr. Bandana, please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, madam. It was really a nice input for us. Now I request Avantika Saxena, Director Growth Marketing Canada, for her presentation. Avantika, please.
Thank you so much, Vanda ma'am. Let me start sharing by my screen and let me see if you guys can see it. Let me know if you guys can see it.
Yes, yes, it is visible now.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Please start.
Okay. Thank you, Vanda ma'am, for the nice introduction. Ms. Sacha, Lakshmi ma'am, and Renu ma'am, and all other organizers have set up such a beautiful stage on this powerful topic of women empowerment. While I may not be adding any new things to what they already talked about, I will definitely add few colors from the perspective of the Westland. I have chosen the topic above and beyond the unentitled mindset. We will be going through what does this mean, how it impacts our life, and how we can overcome this. In short, how we all can be bold for the change. Before we really deep dive on this topic of unentitled mindset, I would like to briefly share my background. I was born and brought up in a small city of Gwalior in a typical middle class family. And Singhal sir already mentioned about me being his student. So I got the opportunity to study in one of the prestigious college of MP, MIT's Gwalior, which also happens to be one of the organizer for today's event, and learn from our wonderful professors. Some of them are on the call too today, so it feels so grateful. Thanks for this opportunity again. After completing my engineering, I got to live in some of the big metro cities like Hyderabad, and worked with multiple MNCs in India and in US. I've been there in Seattle for like 6 years. I'm now currently working as Director of Growth in Canada for a startup and also running a digital marketing agency here. My reason to share this background information with all of you is that no matter if I am in India or US or Canada, the need for women empowerment is being identified across the globe. It has gained lots of traction, interest recently. Here's a graph from Google Trends data that shows how this word is being searched more than ever in recent few years. This is such a positive sign that people are thinking about it, they are talking about it, and making it a part of their day-to-day conversation. Big corporates are talking about lesser female representation in boardrooms, at CXO levels, or at even any other senior leadership levels. HRs are talking about salary gaps and women earning 23% lesser than men for comparable jobs. Questions are now being asked why 60% of women never negotiated their salary. Why is it taking so long for a strong nation like US to get its first woman president? And the answer to most of these questions live with this unentitled mindset theory. It may not be the complete solution to all our problems, but it definitely holds a lot of potential to fast track the change. So what does this unentitled mindset means? Brain is considered as one of the most rational element, but at the same time, we all know that it can be primed, meaning it can be programmed by surrounding events and actions to think in a particular fashion. So unentitled mindset is a social conditioning that makes women feel less entitled to many things. It impacts all the aspects in her life. The unentitled mindset problem has nothing to do with any particular culture, rich or poor, highly educated families or less educated families. It exists almost everywhere in almost many households. It honestly starts when girls are kids, how they are treated differently from ancient time to even today's modern day world. There's a female lead association who found that 44% of women feel less entitled to pay rises and promotions compared to their male colleagues, and all this priming happens when those women were kids, like they were small girls. There are various social and cultural norms that describe how women are supposed to talk, how they are supposed to eat, what they're supposed to wear, etc. and etc. Even there's still few norms in some families, like men eat first and then women of the house. All this is a kind of a social programming. And the net result of the social programming is that young girls compromise their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations in future. Deep in a girl's mind is the thought that her life choices will be influenced by unknown factors, so better not to want something really strongly. When a little boy in the west part of the globe asserts himself, he is called a leader. Yet when a little girl does the same, she risks being branded bossy. This all leads to confidence gap between elementary and high schools in US. Girls' self-esteem dropped by 3.5 times more than boys. As a result, in future, girls get less airtime in class, they are called on less and interrupted more. Beliefs in some societies, like girls will not stay with their parents and their financial independence is optional post-marriage, post-kid, all these kinds of social implications leaves girls and their ambitions with lots of concerns. In most of our households, there is an unwritten division of work. And kids, family, cooking, household chores are considered primarily a girl's or a woman's responsibility. I have met a girl in my life who was once told that changing the bed sheet is a woman's job and the man of the house has nothing to do with it. It is not men's responsibility. And I was like, really? The girl was equally educated. She does the same job as the man of the house does, but still, there is a divide line of the responsibilities. Only 5% of men take the responsibility for giving the house a weekly clean, compared to 71% of women. This unconsciously happens in our job too. Women may be considered less efficient after kids. I was during my 4th month of pregnancy when an IT company confirmed me an employment offer over the phone. They orally confirmed it. I thanked them and gave them a heads up that I will be on 3 months maternity leave after 5 months. You know what? They never rolled my job offer. By the way, by law, it is illegal to discriminate job candidates on the basis of this. So these things will keep happening to you. Always unentitling for the things that you really deserve and equally deserve. Not only in our modern day-to-day world, but there are many stories which we were hearing since our childhood. One such popular story is from Ramayana. The way it is told and narrated to us is that woman's character or personality is so important that even goddesses were not given any flexibility on these notes. Ramchandji quit or rather tyagged Sita and demonstrated male supremacy. However, we have never thought this story from the other side. To me, what we tend to err is that Sita ji was empowered to live her life on her terms. Sita, the female goddess, was so empowered that even if Lord Ram dared to disrespect her or questioned her self-respect, she chose not to return to him. That was a strong character of a woman at that time. The same story communicated in 2 different ways will have 2 different impacts. This difference in storytelling can brain prime those women being entitled for more empowered and equal status. This will help build a stronger woman who can independently take all important decisions of their life on their own. Now, when we know there is a problem which exists? How can we overcome it? How can we make ourselves prepared for those challenges? And it starts with you. By building your confidence, you are setting foundations to empower yourself and your career. The world is yours and it starts with you. Follow your heart and don't listen to objections. In other words, follow your heart and dreams. Persistence is the key. Find a way to express your voice. Daily look into a mirror and say, I am my own person. I want this out of life. Once you are confident, you have to ask. You have to ask for being treated equal. Ask for load sharing domestic work with your partner. Gets responsibility. Put your conditions and terms in a marriage proposal. When my husband proposed me, I asked if you will be able to manage guests if I come home late at 11 p.m. from work any day. I asked, will you be able to take care of a 9-month-old kid if I need to do a business travel? So asking for your equality is your right. If you have not seen Kamala Harris debates during the US election, I will strongly recommend you to go and see it on YouTube. And how strongly she said, I'm still speaking, whenever the candidate in opposition tried to cut her short during the debate. So that's the kind of assertion we should have. You have to ask for it. However, there is a disclaimer. I also want to put a disclaimer like asking for equality, but don't ask for privileges. I had a roommate during my MBA days, and she was like a woman have been exploited for so many years, so I will not mind asking and taking any privileges, like it may be like reservation in colleges, jobs, reservation on the bus seat, etc. I'll say start by treating yourself equal. If we are equal, we do not need any privileges and not someone who needs undue privileges. The last part, I'll start with the incident which happened to me. I was in a meeting here in Canada with all senior leadership team. I was the only female there, and there were men from like US, Canada, Mexico, Russia, and China. I had an interesting point which many of them overlooked. I was so soft spoken at the time that my voice went unheard. I was super upset about it. I talked to my manager about it. He was from Mexico, but he had some interest in Indian mythology. And he told me, Avantika, you have to be your own Durga. Nobody else will fight for you. You have to fight your own battle. Show your aggression. So I want to share the same piece of advice with all of you too. Speak up. Speak up for yourself. And the last thing I'll say is, if you feel empowered, if you are lucky to stand up for yourself, don't forget to empower others which are beside you. There are many who may need help, working or not working. All women should be empowered. We all can do it together. So if I can make one gentle request with all due respect from all the participants here, for all the men, when you go home, I mean, we are in virtual world, so we're already at home, but when we are done with this session, do one thing today that you have always thought is either your sister's, mother's, or wife's responsibility. For all the women, ask to do something that you have never thought you can do because you are a girl. Yeah, that's all for me. If you guys want to connect, this is my email ID and I'm available on LinkedIn too. Thanks.
Thank you, Avantika. Really, it was an awesome experience shared by you. You told us that if you think, you can do. So you have to think first. That was really nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this session is over now. I hand over the next session to Dr. Karuna Marka, madam. Please.
Thank you, Vanda madam.
I have a question to Avantika.
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Actually, she has cited an example of Ramayana, Sita. Sita is definitely not a power, and Ram was supposed to be tyrant on Sita. But what about the Draupadi? She was very strong. She was supposed to be very strong.
Yeah, Draupadi was strong too. So, I mean, the main point which I was trying to make, sir, here is like the women were empowered. Maybe we were communicating and listening those stories from different sides, but women were empowered in the past in the society. That is why our culture is one of those cultures where we have female goddess. Not all cultures has female goddess too.
Yes, yes. In
Right?
a Purana mythology, the women are given equal powers to that of male. That is
Exactly.
true, I want to say.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Karnadam, please continue.
Okay, madam. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Narmin Mohammad Kamal Shelby. Are you there, madam? Dr. Narmin? Hello. Dr. Narmin, please unmute yourself.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Please start your presentation.
Okay. A warm welcome to everyone in the Women International Summit, and good morning from Egypt. I'd like to express my gratitude and deepest thanks to all the contributors for this great summit. And a special thanks for Prof. Musmanam for nominating me in this prestigious conference. Okay, this is today I am gonna to discuss and focus on a vital topic which attract attention and minds. Okay. In everyday life, and I hope you enjoy and be enthusiastic. My topic is about gender equality and the women's in empowerment in the digital age. Please, could I share the screen, please?
Dr. Karna, is the connection is lost or what happened? Please see.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please check.
No, she's there. Hello, madam. Dr. Narmin?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yeah. Now I hear you. Please continue.
Yes, I wanted to share the screen.
Dr. Narmin?
Yes, I wanted to share the screen, please. I am sorry.
Yeah. In the bottom, you see there is one arrow sign is there. You just press that arrow sign. In bottom, there is one arrow sign is there. Arrow.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I will complete early. Okay.
Then one screen will come that you click that screen. Then is share.
Okay.
Dr. Karna, please guide her.
Dr. Narmin, please click on arrow.
Yes,
press on that arrow and a window comes. Click on that arrow. And
okay, I will.
Okay, and then press your entire screen. Press on your entire screen.
Entire screen, okay.
Press it on. Press on.
Uh,
Double click it. Your entire screen. Are you getting?
where is the entire screen? I can't see it.
Yeah. There is an icon for entire screen. Press it.
Okay, I will present early. Okay.
Okay, madam.
I can suggest I sent the file to Prof. Musmanan and she can share it.
Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can do that. Or you can put it
Okay.
on group and we shall share it from here.
Okay.
You please put it on group and we shall share it from here. Dr. Karna,
Okay. Yes, sir.
from that group, you can Facebook group. There's
Yes, sir. Are you upload it on group, madam?
Yes, I upload it.
Where?
Dr. Mutmina, shall I guide you? Just press the arrow key, then one screen will come. Press that screen and share entire screen. That's all.
Sir, shall I share my screen?
Have you received the presentation?
No, sir. Just for showing them.
No, it will not serve the purpose.
Okay, sir.
Let her put her presentation in the group, then you can share it from here.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Nariman, please share your presentation in the group. PPT
I share it,
presentation.
but it upload it, please. It takes time to upload. I am
No
so
problem.
sorry.
No problem. No problem.
I'm so sorry.
No,
It
it's okay,
was take
okay,
a
okay.
time.
Other presenters can put their presentation in the WhatsApp group. So from there we shall present if there is any problem. Okay, please. Dr. Meena Mutmina, have you received her presentation?
Yeah, hello.
Have you received her presentation?
Yeah.
So you start, please presenting.
Okay, so what about Dr. Naiman? After me?
Have you received presentation of Nariman?
Yeah. I will try. I hope I'm not get this trouble. So let me try. Let me
Okay,
I
please try.
open. Yeah, I open. Wait a minute. It is visible.
Not yet. Yes, yes, it is.
Not yet.
Yes, yes, yes. Fully
It
visible.
is okay.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, it
yes.
is visible, madam.
Wait. It is. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It is full. Full because in my side this is a full screen.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine, fine, fine.
Okay.
Visible.
Okay. So Dr. Nagman, I'm sorry. I take your time right now. Yeah, should I start or okay? This is about the technical issue. Good afternoon from Indonesia. Well, I'm so happy to be here, and I wanna say thank you to all of the team organizer for having me today. Thank you to all of the participants and the keynote speaker who are attending in this wonderful event about the International Women Summit. This is my a little bit my profile. I am lecturer in the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at my university. This is some of my national and international organization. Also my research ID. So feel free to joining me in my orchid or in my research get. Today we are going to discuss and talk about women empowerment, and also this is my title about feminism and each other representing the new women in the virtual era. Let's have a look. This is some of my opinion that I divided into 5 here about the women empowerment can change the world. The first one, we must understanding actually what is the meaning of the empowerment. The empowerment, this is the giving or delegation of the power of or authority or the giving of permission for the women. This is about the power, access, moral, self-image, growth, option, and positive thinking. About the positive thinking, we come back again. This is come back to the namely here about the mindset. And it of empower women. This is cover some of area in education, employment, poverty in the country, health and safety, social issue, economic issue, and legal issue. And also, actually not only this area, but today we need to be empower women in the ICT or information communication and the technology. Why this is very important when we are integration between technology with the women information communication, because we are a human, we are a social, and also the web is a social. And during the pandemic, like today's, we are in the pandemic era, we are practice physical distancing and the social distancing. And actually all of our community, we are moved into the virtual or by using the social media like WhatsApp, Facebook, and the many more. And the next about economy, this is economy need to be empower women to facilitate them as a social entrepreneur. Why social entrepreneur? Because we are talking about economy.
Dr. Mutmina, your slides are not changing.
Yeah. This is I'm still talking the part of this
Yeah.
slide.
Slide.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You are on the first slide only.
Yeah, I'm still talking about the economy in this topic. The social entrepreneur, we must facilitate the women to the social entrepreneur because this is to support their family income. And the last, because we are in the digital era, we must understanding today to empower women need to be understanding about the today's digital era, or we are in the digital global right now. So that's why today we are going to discuss and talk about ICT leads to women to support 21st century social media and culture cell phone landscape and globalizing women's studies, people and possibilities. The first one about ICT, you know, are in the 5G, and also everything our life, this is support with internet of things in communication, entertainment, internet, retail, shipping, manufacturing, automotive, medical and infrastructure. We need to be the women understanding how to use their smartphone and mobile by this condition today about information communication and the technology. They must familiar about right now the condition to supporting women to be like how to say, this is in the fertile era. They are, we must representing right now. We are women, and then we are empowered in information communication and the technology. Actually, the first one we need to be, they are empowered. The first one, this is the most important in education. Because education, this is the fundamental right for everyone, and technology open doors to the opportunity. And also the women with good communication skill and the technology will be more comfortable in work. This is will be supporting their activities in working as women in their career. So let's have a look. This is ICT for women empowerment. Actually, this about how they are women have able to capture a large proportion of job by this ICT. This is enable service because of the worldwide shortage of skill necessary for work in this sector. And we do really hope by this as ICT for everyone, and women have to be an equal in many aspects. So women empowerment has to be the first one. This is about the building technology, information, and media among women, developing thinking skill, and also this is will be developing the problem solving skill. ICT, this is a collaborative in nature and use enabling and empowering technique, and also this is ICT foster contextual learning bridging this discipline and curriculum. Yeah, we know we are as a women, we as a mother. Right now, I am agree with the keynote speaker have presenting about today. Mostly women must be understanding about the ICT because in the pandemic we are in home, and also the learning today learning and teaching process, this is like a homeschooling. Why this is the very important to empowerment of women with this ICT. And then innovative use of technology in practice will be they can be good communication via social media like Twitter and Facebook. I mean that here women, we are as a parent, a women, and also we must integrating this social media because we have a group, namely a parent group or a mother group or something like that for our children to control our children progress in their school per 12 class. The next about social media and cultural cell phone landscape. This is the very important, and I believe some of or most of the women today they are have a smartphone and they are used social media. This is some of the data. For example, like University of California, actually they are empower women in the technology. So what about in my country, in Indonesia? Actually empowering Indonesian women through building digital media literacy. This is very important because Indonesia today we are still low because of inadequate of education, lack of opportunities, and about the patriarchy system in Indonesia. Patriarchy, yeah, the man is the top, then women. So that's why we need to be equality as a partner, as a teamwork. So we are as a women, actually we are a belief, and also when what is actually we need today and can really have it at all. Actually we have have it at all. This is the data from the questionnaire. Most of the women they are believe they can manage everything. They can manage their family, they can manage their career, relationship, and the children. I think we are unique. So the next about the climbing the leader in health. Actually, we are women right now. We are considered about our career, our successful, and also we have so many challenge to do this. Yeah, so many challenge. Our challenge there are. This is some of women from the questionnaire that answer about lacking career. Facing inequality in pay, struggle in juggling family life, and lacking mentor or role model. And also driving the minivan, and the last about attaining a successful, we need to be earning high salary and also finding balance between work and personal life. Yeah, we must consideration right now about the women mindset and also about their mental health. So about ICT, come back again, why we must be empowerment women in the ICT, because yeah, we understanding today's ICT, we cannot be used as a tool. So we need to, the women should be not considered as a passive consumer, but they cannot be developer by using this ICT. They cannot be support their family income in economy aspect. Supporting this condition, we know that by using this technology right now, we need to be the safe online and we safe access. And yeah, some of us, we get the, we do really hope we are have safety in online, because some of the gender equality issue today, like now, because this is about the violence, health, economic, and political aspect. And more safe online, this is a space for women and girls. And also we need to be, we are a women and girl playing a leadership role in designing and shaping a technology, especially to advance a women's rights. That's why to
Hello,
the internet.
Dr.
Yeah.
Mutmena, are you on first slide
Yeah.
only?
No,
Actually,
this
your
is not
slides
moving.
are not changing.
Oh my God, wait me. Really? Oh my God, I think I have the problem. I am in the, my slide, this is in the 15.
Okay,
You see
okay.
my
Yeah,
slide?
yeah, yeah. Now it is.
Maybe I cannot play in full slide because this will be not changed. So just making like this about the making internet step. This is based on the United Nations data about that 90% of harassment, abuse, language, and derogatory imagery in online space. This is aimed to the women. So we must more aware about this condition. So let's have a look about the ICT education and digital literacy. We need to be training girls and women how to use computer and ICT of the smartphone. And this is totally to skill building up their competence or their technologies. Why we need to be empowered them in technology? Because most of the women today, the rise of women in technology and the social media, this is dominated by women. Yeah, most of women in the social media, they are the top of social media. They are more use the social media in daily in their, they are more active, and also they are interact with the brands, yeah, online shopping. Like this is not sell, this is not moving again. Oh my god. And more of women use the top social media like Pinterest, Instagram, or Facebook today. Maybe I don't wanna to share it in the full screen because yeah, some problem. Let me share again. Okay, just look like this. Before we are empowerment women in ICT or technology, we must understanding this is about the education aspect or the organic learning. This is cover about the mindset. We must understanding and share it to the women. This is the area of their learning. We can identify and analyze this is covered with knowledge, tool set, skill set, and the mindset. Before we are finished in the mindset, we must understanding the system of the step in the knowledge, in the tool set and skill set. And we cannot be analyzed if the women we wanted to improve their mindset. We must see this is the organic of learning. In the knowledge, they are only about know the technology. They just know. In the tool set, they cannot be used the same tools or same of technology in the different situation. That's why we must understanding there are many some of platform and the technology or the media or the tools. This is have many purpose. For example, for communication, some of Indonesian women or we use a WhatsApp. But actually, WhatsApp, this is only for communication and giving the interaction. But another one for building up their virtual class for the student document of their activities, we can use a Microsoft or use a Google Classroom. But some of the educators, there's only one of platform for all. This is still in the tool set area. And also in the skill set, this is they can use their skill to learn, and also they can and the last, if they have a good mindset or actually they love their learning and setting together, and also they can integration some of the technology or ICT tools to support their need. So the last about globalizing women, studies, people, and possibilities. This is very important because it will be covered what is actually will be help or hinder a women equality. Let's have a look some of the data here from 3 countries that actually so many answer, and this is gonna be see that actually mostly in the England or Britain, United States, and Australia, the issue, the highlight issue here about how to support in balancing work and care responsibilities. This is we need. We are a women need to balance between our work, our career, our families, and our relationship. So we must take care about this condition, not only about the take care them, we take care ourselves about our mental health to do this. We want to be equality. We must be have a good mental and a good mindset. So the next about the biggest gap between progress and importance that family leader actually in business and as a CEO as a good position relative. This is about the most of we need the women have good access. If you have a skill as a leader, mostly this is come back again to see about your education qualification. So the last, this is the most important factor to help women to go ahead. This is some of the data answer here that mostly we need to be the women. They are having working hard, intelligent. They are must be confident, never giving up. Yeah, this is come back again with the power of their mindset and the power of their mental health. Well, as my conclusion, this is the popular UNESCO slogan should come in handy that educate a woman, a man, and you can educate an individual, but educate a woman, you can educate a family. So we need to be equality. This is not we don't want to be fighting with the men, but we need to be a man and a woman as a team, as a collaborator, not the superman or super warrior, but we need to be together in equality in many aspects. So my conclusion again, I actually in empowerment women to representing women in the virtual era. This is there are three aspects that we need. The first one about education, social entrepreneurship to support their family income, or this is education, economy, and digital literacy. So the last to be, this is some other quote. To be liberate, a woman must be feel free to be herself, be confident, be yourself, and not in rivalry to men, but in the context of her own capacity and her personality. So I believe we can be together, we can be grow together with the men. So thank you for listening to me. This is I have some of technical issue. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Mutmainia, for enlightening us. Thank you so much.
This is about I don't know.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Narmeen Shelby from Egypt. Dr. Narmeen, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. I am presenting your PPT.
Okay. Please share it.
I think this is about the PPT. This is now play.
I am sharing actually.
Yeah.
Wait, please wait.
So, Karna, is there any issue or shall I start presentation from
Sir, please. Sir, you can start, sir. There is some issue in my...
Wait, maybe, Prof. Dr. Merman said to me her PPT. Maybe I will share to you from here. Dr. Nirman, are you there? I will share your presentation from here. From my, oh yeah, this is, yeah, okay.
Now it is visible, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I can see it.
Yes, sir. Please start your presentation, madam.
Okay. Woman, gender. My topic today. My topic is about gender equality and women's empowerment in the digital age. Okay. First, let's ask you some questions. Is there a democracy in a society? Does a democracy achieve equality between a man and a woman? Overall, research shows that democracy and gender equality form a mutually reinforcing relationship in which higher levels of liberal democracy are necessary, but not sufficient condition for higher levels of gender equality and physical security of women. And another question, do men and women have the same rights and duties in your society? Both genders should have the same opportunities in life, whether in careers, raising children, or issues of sexuality. Does the equality have negative effects? I think equality have both positive and negative side effects of gender. That we should avoid gender discrimination. This is due to gender discrimination has a significant impact on mental and physical health worldwide. Okay? Do you agree with the phrase to be equal was to be animals? Do you agree? Some women are their own worst enemies in their gender's fight for equality. It's easy to see that as women, we have always had the power. Yet, the hardest part about owning power is using it wisely. Okay, let's recognize about what's the definition of gender equality. What it means? It means an equal visibility, empowerment, responsibility, and the participation of women and men in all spheres of public and private life. It also means an equal access to and distribution of resources between women and men and valuing them equally. Okay, gender equality have some benefits. Let's recognize about these benefits. The first benefit in gender equality is improving organizational performance at work. You know that improving individual job performance is a continuous process. It has situational factors as personal traits, abilities, skills, job knowledge, motivation, organization's culture, quality of supervision, And this process runs through performance improvement cycle by setting goals and feedback and coaching and positive reinforcement and rewards for achieving desired outcomes as persistent effort improved job performance and job satisfaction. And there is another benefit. It's increasing the attraction and retention of young talents that provide an equal chance of career progression and promotion. Is this benefit help young talents in understanding how they look for new job opportunities and prioritize gender diversity, particularly among management, and formalize flexibility and work-life balance policies. It also encourages them for a mentorship and the sponsorship of women. It corporates social responsibility. It promotes leadership and lifelong learning. And the third benefit in gender equality, it's making the environment regularity, and all the companies take the lead and develop parity in terms of jobs and salaries, meaning that what we say, all companies have the equality between men and women in terms of the jobs and the salaries. The first benefit is promoting innovation at workplace because of the diversity of mindsets and the knowledge. This happens by fostering organizational warmth that is supportive, approachable, and amicable. There is positive contact between employees. Individuals feel supported by their peers, and everyone is on the same side. It also happens by encouraging tolerance for failure and ambiguity. Employees and leaders are treated with care, interest, and emotional intelligence. It also alright to be wrong. Social activities that enhance trust are desirable and help loosen up strict hierarchies. It also happens by nurturing a long-term future orientation. Organizational members should be united by a vision that carries the organization forward. The present is a time in which the future is crafted. Optimism nurtures motivation and ideas. Okay, and at last, I will present woman empowerment in the digital age. Oh, okay. Before this, I will present challenges and the solutions. The risk of violence by men against women. Okay. The risk of violence by men against women. For example, violence by a family member, sexual harassment, abuse by authority figures, trafficking for prostitution, child marriages. What is the solution? Is the solution maybe by promoting gender equality by some intervention, as school-based interventions, media interventions such as public awareness campaigns, government interventions such as laws and policies. Another challenge is women economic independence. Yes, research 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 shows that 96% of women sustained or increased their business revenue, and 91% of women saw an increase in profit. And women's confidence in building business relationship increased by 57%. Also, 26% of women gained access to farm finance, and 85% of women who received a loan felt that it helped develop their business. And the financial situation of the women improved by 110%. What is the solution? Equal access to the labor force participation by part-time, by participating in part-time jobs, full-time jobs, and self-employment. And this provides an opportunity to work on a more flexible basis. Okay, so women's economic empowerment needs access to income and assets, and control of and benefit from economic gains, and the power to make decisions. So, women's empowerment in the digital age. What are the steps? First, reviewing policies and strategies related to the information society. To ensure the inclusion of a gender perspective in all activities, and the fostering of gender balance to secure equal opportunities through the use of and appropriation of telecommunications. Second one is ensuring access to ICT by women and girls, or responding the threats online that hinder women's access to and the use of technology. Greater efforts are needed to ensure women's and girls' equal access to and the use of media and information and communication technology, especially in rural areas and among marginalized groups. Increase women's and girls' access to digital technologies including through local communication campaigns. Third one, ensuring women and girls have the necessary skills and the knowledge to understand, participate actively, and benefit fully from the digital society. That content application services are made by and for women. The first one, promoting women in the technology sector, including into position of decision making by increasing private and public investment in education and the training for women and girls in technology sectors, and address and include gender perspectives in technology and innovation educational curricula. The fifth one, building partnerships and platforms for cooperation by strengthening international cooperation in the area of access and participation of women and girls in technology. Creating reinforcing a platform for advancing women's meaningful engagement with ICT and to improve capture and sharing of good practices and lessons and to highlight role models. And the exchange of good practices and lessons learned of women technology should also be encouraged within and across nations. Okay, and thank you for your listening to me.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much, Dr. Narmeen Mohabbat, for enlightening us. Now, I would like to invite Rania Lampu, Dr. Rania Lampu from Greece. Are you there, madam? We welcome you, madam. Please start your presentation. Madam, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible. Madam, please unmute yourself. Madam, your voice is not audible. You are muted right now.
Mute yourself. No, your voice is not coming.
Actually, she is already muted, sir.
No, we are not getting the open queues.
Madam, please click on the speaker sign. Mic sign at the bottom. Adjacent to raise, madam, after.
On left hand side, there are two red buttons, one of video and another is of audio. Please switch audio button. Please push audio button. Dr. Rana, can you please rejoin? Can you please rejoin? After logging out, you please rejoin. If you are getting, yeah, please. So she will rejoin. In the meantime, Dr. Karna, you can call the another speaker if she is available here. Dr. Karna?
Sir. Yes, sir.
You may call in the meantime another
Actually,
speaker.
after that, Pooja will continue. Dr. Pooja will continue the session. So, shall I invite Dr. Pooja, madam? Dr. Pooja Sahu, are you there? Sir, actually, Dr. Rania is there, sir.
Hello, Dr. Karna Markam, ma'am.
Yes,
I am audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Rana has
Actually,
arrived.
wait,
So
Pooja, please wait for a few minutes. Dr. Rana is there.
Okay, ma'am.
no, your sound is not coming, Dr. Rana.
Sir, she is muted. Still, she is muted. Na?
Sir, I think you have an option to unmute, ma'am.
No, I do not have option to mute or unmute any person.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Singhal, do you hear me?
Madam, there are two buttons at the bottom. Adjacent to raise hands, there are two buttons.
Dr. Karuna, do you hear me?
Yes.
Because before 2 days I have also the similar problem like Rania. My mic didn't work also, so I think that she has now the problem. Her mic didn't work. It was to me 2 days before also. I don't know, maybe something with Google or the network, but I have the same problem.
Please start your presentation, Dr. Karna.
Sir. Yes, sir. So actually, their mic is problem now. So we will continue their session after that. Now I would like to invite Dr. Pooja Sahu for continue the next session.
Okay, thank you, Karna ma'am. Now I would like to call Ms. Ishmat Jareen, University of Asia Pacific, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Ma'am, I welcome you. Please present your session and motivate us.
And Dr. Rana, we shall take your presentation. In the meantime, you try to log in from some other device, either from laptop or from mobile, and you can send your presentation to us. We shall upload it. Okay?
Okay, Miss.
Yeah, please share your presentation in the group. We shall play from here, and you please try to log in from mobile or from laptop, some other device. Okay, please. So, Dr. Ismat, please continue.
Dr. Smith, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me in here, and thank you very much, Ms. Pooja Sahu, for introducing me, and Dr. Sinhal for chairing the session, I guess. All right. So I was just expecting the next. So before I begin, I'd like to talk a little bit about the topic I'm going to talk about, and then we will start. Should I introduce myself, ma'am?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
All right. So this is Ismat Zareen. I work for the University of Asia Pacific at Dhaka. I work at the Department of English in here. And so apart from teaching, I am also working as the director of the international affairs at the same university. So so apart from teaching, I'm also involved with a bit of with education, of course. I mean, not only as a teacher, but also as an educator, and of course, where I work with pedagogy, and I work with frameworks where we can develop and accommodate newer versions of pedagogy. That's my area, and basically, I am much more into linguistics. So linguistics is my specialization. Um, so this is a brief intro about me, and I studied from University of Dhaka, and this is pretty much about me. And I have been a teacher, educator for the last 12 years or so. So with that introduction, I hope I haven't bored you. I would like to speak about the topic that I have chosen today for this wonderful Women's Summit. And the topic is the role of global communicative competence and the role of women in the upcoming post-COVID scenario. Um, so we all are obviously stuck at a certain situation where we all are confused, and we all are stuck with the thoughts how we can overcome the scenario, and especially for women, where women are at home. I mean, the sufferings for women who are um, stuck in an adverse situation, it is much more. Since I work with the education sector, I always believe that education obviously empowers us, the women, not only from outside but from inside. And so since we are now thinking about how post-COVID era will be overcome. I mean, will be a scenario or an age where we can successfully overcome the limitations that we have so far and so forth, and of course how we can enrich ourselves, the women, from every perspective. I think we need to rethink and redesign, and of course reshape how we are thinking of education. So my area, I mean, of course, the area that I'm going to explore today is, of course, global communicative competence. And global communicative competence is not something which is a very old concept. It's quite a newer concept. I mean, if we may think about it. So I think global communicative competence is the, I think, competence that can empower us, the women, from a different layer, or I mean, from a different dimension. So that's what I'm going to talk about. And before I go into anything else, obviously, I would like to um, go for a little bit of the background. So I'd just like to share um, my presentation. Let me just present the presentation. I'm sorry, the prayer for call is going on, so I'm just taking 2 minutes to share my presentation, and then I will start again.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, madam, your presentation is visible. Dr. Pooja, please guide her. Dr. Pooja.
Sir, I think she is taking 2 minutes for the prayer, I think.
The call for prayer is going on, so just 2 minutes. Just one more minute to have finish the call for prayer.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
So I hope you can see the slides and I start confirming. Okay. All right. Really sorry about that. Needed for the post-COVID era. So first thing first, we need to understand one very important thing is that the demands of our world is changing along with the COVID. I mean, whenever we think of something newer, the new, something newer,
Ma'am, I
whether
think
it is
some.
not. We are designing a newer set of skills that are needed for. Yes, yes, please.
Ma'am, I think some network problem issues from your sides. Actually, voice is breakable. Hello, ma'am. Sir,
Yeah, Dr. Pooja, what happened?
I think there is some network connectivity problem, sir.
Okay, so you can call Rena. Is your network is working? Please unmute yourself. Speak something, Dr. Rena. Dr. Rena. No, your sound is not coming. Your mic is not working. Microphone is not working. Dr. Rena, your microphone is
Can you
not
hear me,
working.
sir?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I think there was a disruption in the network. I think. I'm really sorry for the disruption. I'm sorry.
Oh, please
Okay. Let me
continue.
share once more,
Please
and
continue.
then I will continue. So I was just talking about the current scenario. Of course, we are talking about. I was just talking about our changing world. I mean, obviously, the world is changing along with the COVID scenario, and of course, the demands of. I mean, the demands of the world is changing. We can't ignore the fact that we now have to get adaptable with the new normal, and with the, of course, whenever we're done with the COVID scenario and the pandemic. Even after that, the post COVID scenario is never going to be the same as we had 2 years back. So the set of skills that we now need to prepare our women with is obviously something that has to be redesigned and rethought of. And in that perspective, I would talk about global competence. So what is global competence? Global competence, of course, is like when we are prepared to have empathy and sympathy of each and every culture and each and every people coming from different backgrounds and scenarios and contexts. And when we are aware of that, the only competence skill that actually can involve all these skills, like to communicate with people from every culture, is global competence. So global competence enables us to think positively, think neutrally from a perspective where we have rationalized and come to an emotional point where we know that every culture and every country, people have their own perspectives and ideas and ideologies and morality and lifestyle, and we can successfully engulf all those ideas all together. We can have a more global vision towards the changing world, and this is much more about how we can communicate with each and every people from around us. I mean, from any particular part of the world. I mean, people coming from any particular world around the world, and that is what global competence is all about. And global competence is obviously is a demand of the new normal, because wherever we are working from home, especially in most cases. I mean, we are working online much more than ever before. We are not going for physical office. I mean, lesser than obviously lesser than for I think less than 2 years now in most cases. So it's the demand of tomorrow. It's the demand of tomorrow that we equip our women to come up with the set of skills that are needed to globally communicate, and the competence that is needed for them is global competence. So, since I'm a teacher and educator, I would like to talk about how we can teach global competence in foreign language classrooms. So, when we are teaching our students, well, in most cases, we are teaching foreign language, and especially when it comes to English as a foreign language, we are obviously teaching, across the subjects and across the faculties. Each and every student has to go to foreign language classroom. So teaching global competence to women is very much possible if we consider to redesign and rethink the education system and curriculum. So it's important that we focus on that. And the second thing is that teaching global competence is not only can be limited to English classrooms. It can also be beyond any and every classroom scenario. So moving on, I mean, if we think of the global economy, as I was just saying, that nowadays 1 in every 5 job is tied to international trade. So we can't ignore the fact that as women, whenever we are going to work, we can't ignore the global situation. We can't ignore the importance of dealing with the global customers and employees from every corner of the world. And so obviously the post-COVID issues are going to be, as I just mentioned, are going to be very much interconnected, where we won't have any borders. We would be borderless. There would be more complex situations coming in, and we never know how far we have to bear this pandemic situation. So we will have obviously prevailing global and local consequences. I mean, it's not like we have to, we just have local consequences. We do have local, I mean, in most cases, global as well as local consequences. So obviously we know that apart from pandemic, we do have other issues coming in, like wars and terrorism, and of course refugees and xenophobia. All these issues are there, and on top of that, we do have climate change issues, rising sea levels, and more natural disasters. So I mean, whenever we think of all this, we need to think of alternatives. So the competence that we are now thinking of is global competence. Ma'am, am I clear now? I mean, are you getting me?
Yes, ma'am. We are getting you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So a new vision for education in post-COVID-19 world obviously can include global competence. And so are we talking about global competence as the goal for teaching and learning? This is what the question is. And the scenario that I'm going to present obviously is going to let us know how this is very much true, that we need to include the global competence into the scenario. So as you can see in here, this is from worldsavvy.org, and it says that 80% of jobs are becoming more global in nature, and 12% of high school graduates, they think that who are aged 18 to 24, they believe that they received instruction to help them to understand the roots of global issues. But they want, I mean, 60% of among these graduates, they think that they would be better employed if they had a stronger understanding of different world cultures. So we understand that having an understanding, a stronger bond to different world culture is much more important in the post-COVID scenario. And I mean, we need to change the way we have been, I mean, facing, and we have been designing the curriculum. So just coming back to this point, I mean, in a short way, I mentioned what global competence is all about. So global competence is about all these points that you can see in here. One, like, globally competent individuals, what they actually can navigate, what they can do in an interconnected world. They are lifelong learners. They have an appreciation for other cultures. I mean, of course, the differences in cultures, cultural differences. They have an ability to understand and consider multiple perspectives. I mean, where they have empathy and sympathy for other perspectives, and they can take in the positivities among multiple perspectives. And obviously, a person who is globally competent, an individual, who, I mean, obviously will have critical and comparative thinking skills. Now, critical and comparative thinking skills, obviously, we have been talking about including critical thinking skills and comparative thinking skills into teaching and learning. But then again, it's crucial that we incorporate critical and comparative thinking skill with the global competence skill. The individual who will be globally competent will have the problem solving abilities in each and every situation. They will not think about the problem only, rather they would go ahead and of course they would try to solve the problem as active citizens. So as being active citizen is an asset for a person who is globally competent. And of course a person who is comfortable with ambiguity and change. Now obviously why we are talking about global competence is obviously also because of the change and ambiguity that of the situation or scenario that we are in this pandemic scenario. So obviously a person who is globally competent will be taking things easily and will be able to come up with possible solutions in a much more comfortable manner, rather than taking anything in a complicated way. And a person who is globally competent will understand the global significant issues, related to obviously health, or related to climate changes, or any other issues related to war or terrorism. So all these skills actually incorporate an individual who is globally competent. And last but not the least, the globally competent individuals are good thinkers and problem solvers, and not just good taste takers. So we understand that obviously the globally competent students and teachers, we also need, apart from having competent teachers, but also we also need globally competent teachers along to teach the students. So if we think about the core concepts related to global competence matrix, we do have three set of skills. One is values and attitudes, and next one is behavior and behavioral skills, and next is just skills. Moving ahead, we understand that world events and global issues are complex and interdependent, and of course one's own culture and history is key to understanding in one's relationship to others, and multiple conditions actually affect us, obviously, in diverse global forces as we are in, for example, in a pandemic scenario. And the current world system obviously is shaped by historical forces. We can't ignore this fact. So when we are talking about the skills that are, in the center of global competence, we are talking about these. We are talking about teaching our women um, to ask to learn how to investigate the world by asking questions, by framing questions, analyzing and synthesizing relevant evidence, and drawing reasonable conclusions that they can go for further inquiry. Second, they can recognize and articulate and apply an understanding of different or multiple perspectives, as I was just saying. And we want our women to select and apply appropriate tools that they need and strategies to communicate and collaborate effectively. We want our women to listen actively and engage in inclusive dialogue. We want our women to be fluent in 21st century digital technology as well. And we want them to demonstrate resiliency, obviously acceptance and adaptability in newer situations, like the new normal that we are facing in the um, few months or more, and also in future. And we want our women to apply their critical skills and comparative skills and creative thinking and problem solving skills as well. And last but not the least, we want our women to have wonderful proficiency in a foreign language. Not to mention English here, obviously. Next is since we are talking about the values and attitudes, this is again another core set of skills related to global competence. Openness to newer opportunities. We want our women to be open to newer opportunities where they can flourish their career. And of course, they can achieve something, and they can promote their own culture and their own learning and understanding, their ideas and ways of thinking, desire to engage with other people, self-awareness about their own identity and culture. So we obviously want our women to be aware of who they are, where they come from, and what their culture is all about. And we at the same time, we want our women to have sensitivity and respect for the differences in culture, so that they can be stronger where they do have a position, they have reached, to have empathy for other cultures and perspectives, so that they can have, they can collaborate with people from around the world. Um, we want our women to reflect on context and meaning of our lives in relation to something bigger. So obviously, we want our women to go to a height where they can achieve something bigger with all these values and attitudes. Question prevailing assumptions. Obviously, questions with results and, of course, positive indications. We want our women to be adaptable and ability. They do have the, so that they do have the ability to be cognitively, nimble. And obviously, I was talking about empathy, but at the same time, we want our women to have humility. These are the values and attitude that will make our women, if they are globally competent, to obviously get empowered in a much more higher level, achieving the set of behaviors that I mentioned in here. Like, we want our women to seek out and apply an understanding of different perspectives to problem solving. So obviously, we all know that problem can arise, but the whole solutions to a problem is many. We want our women to apply their understanding when they're applying any problem solving strategy and making coming into a decision. And the forms, which are opinion, they form an opinion based on exploration and evidence, not on only emotion. we want our women to commit to the process of continuous learning and reflection, and we want women to adopt shared responsibility and they take cooperative action as individuals. We want us to share knowledge and encourage, of course, much bigger discourse, much better discourse. So we want our ideas to be translated so that we can actually work on them, and we can engage in collaborative actions. So are these core concepts connected to global competence matrix, and I think this is the concept that we need to incorporate the global curriculum. So when we are talking about exploring global competence, we are talking about investigating, recognizing perspectives, and of course, we are talking about communicating ideas and taking actions. And these are the ways we can explore the global competence. I hope I'm clear. Can you all hear me properly? How much time do I have, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you properly, but ma'am, I think yes, now you are in slide number 15, ma'am.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
ma'am.
Ma'am, I don't have much things to add. I just need a few more minutes. I think that would be nice if I could have more minutes, a few more minutes.
Not a problem,
Okay.
ma'am. It's okay.
Yeah. So exploring global. Yes, Miss Pooja. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So when we are talking about exploring global competence, we want our women to investigate the world beyond their own immediate environment. We want us to frame significant problems and conduct well-crafted and age-appropriate research. I mean, we want us to be much more investigative and much more logical when we are thinking about our approach. We want us to recognize our own perspectives, others, as well as our own perspectives, while we are articulating and explaining such perspectives thoughtfully and respectfully. So obviously, we want our women to achieve such a level where they can recognize and, of course, thoughtfully present others' perspectives and come into a conclusion when they need to. Third, we want our women to communicate ideas effectively with diverse audiences. I mean, where we do have audiences coming from different backgrounds, and they have come from different backgrounds and different cultures and different perspectives that they bear, or upbringing. We are talking about bridging the geographic, not only geographic, but also the linguistic barriers, ideological barriers, where we do have multiple perspectives and ideas and ideologies. We might have cultural barriers, but when we communicate successfully, obviously the women can work much more better than men, I think. I believe. And last but not the least, we want our women to take action to improve conditions, viewing ourselves as a player in the world and participate reflectively. So reflective action is very important when when we reflect on what we have learned in the previous events and how we are going to affect the if I mean how that is go the previous learning is going to affect the future action of ours, then it is obviously very um, I mean, it does have an impact on our learning. So I think that as women of tomorrow, we need to prepare our students who are women, of course, to achieve global competence, where they can get equipped with all the in much more detail and in much more I think, articulate manner, and that will open a new horizon for the whole world, not only for women. And I think with that note, I think we can talk about a little bit about the going beyond the classroom. So it's not only about the classroom; it's going beyond the classroom. So we can introduce such curriculum in classroom, but at the same time we can introduce it beyond the classroom. Like obviously whenever we are talking about beyond the classroom, it can, I mean, we can also teach global competence to women whenever, I mean, obviously at our home. And it can really work well with the upcoming scenario that we do have ahead of us. So with that note, I would like to finish. And if you have any questions, please do ask. And here you do have my email address, and you can ask me questions. So thank you very much for listening to me with such patience, and thank you all for your support. Thank you. Over to Ms. Pooja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for sharing such kind of information and knowledge. And thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rania, ma'am, from Greek Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs from Greece. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We can
Okay.
hear you.
Hopefully.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Sure,
So
sure.
greetings from Greece. My name is Rania Lavu. I'm a global educator, STEM instructor. Currently, I'm working at the Greek Ministry of Education. And today we're going to discuss about women empowerment and global economy. And I'm trying to cover issues related to gender equality as a component of social justice. We're going to address issues related to disabled women or migrant women. And also, I will try to discuss the problems during the COVID pandemic that the COVID pandemic created for women in business. So may I share my presentation? Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Can you see the change of slides also?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So we live in a world of growing inequality with worsening predictions on how long it is going to take to close the gender gap. And this is despite 185 countries having gender equality embedded in their constitutions and 187 countries having signed the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, despite the 51 founding members of the United Nations in 1944 approving the fan votes of the United Charter, which speak of equal rights of men and women, putting achievement of women's rights at the heart of their work. So it is going to take probably another 100 years to close the economic and political gender gap, another staggering 270 years before women earn as much as men and are equally represented in the workplace. So it's important to achieve gender equality, guaranteeing the full implementation of existing human rights agreements, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform for Action, the Cairo Program of Action, the Millennium Declaration, the outcome of the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, and agreed conclusions of the Commissions on the Status of Women. So state and non-state actors, including the national financial institutions, must respect the fundamental human rights principles of universality, indivisibility, interdependence, participation, accountability, equitability, and non-discrimination. So far, women make up 23% of the world's parliamentarians, 7% of head state, and 6% of heads of government. Women only hold 12% of board positions in businesses across the world, 9% of CEO positions, and 24% of senior management roles.
Therefore, women need empowerment. What is empowerment? It's a multidimensional process encompassing changes in the political, social, economic spheres of life. And these different dimensions of empowerment are closely interrelated, so that significant changes in one dimension is likely to generate changes in another. Women's economic empowerment relates to the enhancement of women's capacity for strategic choice and agency in the sphere of the economy and the possibilities this opens up for change in other spheres of their lives. So it offers policymakers one of the number of possible entry points into broader processes of empowerment. And there are arguments of why to focus on a women's economic empowerment. First of all, gender inequalities in the division of labor between paid and unpaid work. Women's primary responsibility for unpaid care work within the home and associated inequalities in access to valued resources and opportunities are at the core of women's subordinate status in the society. Inequalities leave women dependent on male provision for themselves and their children, or else forced to compete in markets for the labor, goods, and services on highly disadvantaged terms. And their disadvantaged status in the marketplace in turn reinforces women's lack of strategic agency, both in relation to their own lives as well as the wider society. So the economic empowerment of women is a matter of human rights and social justice. Knowledge is also an important component of empowerment, but many women in the world lack the necessary knowledge that enables them to defend workplace rights. For instance, they don't know the International Labour Organization, such as the International Labour Organization, who issued recommendations for governments and tried to protect the rights of working people, especially women. Human rights only emerged as a global movement during the United Nations Decade for Women, when women from many different geographic, cultural, religious, racial, and class backgrounds came together and organized to improve the status of women. And here you can see that USA First Lady Hillary Clinton famously declared at 1995 on the Beijing conference that human rights are women's rights. So women must enjoy the right to participate fully in the social, political lives of the countries if we want freedom and democracy to thrive and endure. And it's evident that gender defines one of the durable forms of disadvantaged economy. The striking increase in women's labor force participation in recent decades reflects a combination of forces, including rising rates of education, falling fertility, declining family size, and changing aspiration for themselves and their families that have made it both possible and desirable for women to take up paid work. So women have been pushed into the labor market by the decline in the agricultural production and growing levels of landlessness, economic recession, structural adjustment programs, and the rise in the cost of living associated with the privatization of public welfare services and withdrawal of subsidies. And we can see that women are more likely than men, of course, to be in part-time and temporary employment. The nature of constraints imposed on women are mostly institutionalized rather than individualized. Gender-specific constraints are made up of social norms, values, and beliefs, which define differences between women and men in different societies, which ascribe them different roles and responsibilities on the basis of these definitions. According to the Development of Progress Research Report, the factors that enable and constrain women's economic empowerment are divided into 10 direct and underlying factors. Direct factors are linked to women's individual collective lived experiences. Underlying factors are the wider structural conditions that determine a woman's individual or collective lived experience. So both of them are highly interconnected with fluid boundaries. Here you can see, for example, the direct factors: education, address access to property, collective action and leadership, social protection, and underlying factors: labor market, fiscal policy, legal policy framework, gender norms. we can see here, for example, I want to highlight in India what happens. In India, we have Mobile Crisis, a voluntary organization that has been existing since 1969 to meet the child care needs of women workers in the construction industry. And Mobile Crisis has around 369 centers and reaches out to around 200,000 children across the cities of India. And also, we can see how there are many inequalities in access to land and property. In rural areas, women's disadvantaged status with both statutory and customary land tenure system has constituted a major barrier. So weak rights to land also translate into weak rights in relation to other natural resources, including water and forest produce. Women migrant also workers are often concentrated in informal, low-paid and unregulated work. So what the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women urges states to take the steps for another phenomenon, which is called gender-based violence, including criminalizing all forms of gender-based violence in all spheres of life, ensuring that laws addressing sexual assault encompass marital rape, taking measures to prevent gender-based violence, including by addressing the root cause of such violence and providing appropriate protection support services to victims and survivors. Let's have a look at India again, where women are increasingly speaking out against sexual abuse at work, in part due to the global Me Too movement, with the goal of enabling women to speak out against sexual abuse. Later, the movement became global, and however, many women, particularly in the formal sector, are still constrained by stigma, fear of retribution, and institutional barriers to justice. We have in India the 2013 Post Act mandates employers to take steps to protect female employees from sexual harassment in the workplace and provide procedures for resolution, settlement, prosecution. And this act widened the definition of the workplace and covered the informal sector, including domestic workers. It protects all workers in any place visited by the employee during the course of their employment, including transportation. Here you can see the case very Sinavan, a child sex slave for 2 years in Cambodia, and now leads the Voices for Change program for a Cambodian foundation that offers compassion, empathy, and a chance for rehabilitation to society for young women and girls entrapped by and victimized by sexual predators. In Greece also we have recently the movement, the Me Too movement, because of many cases of gender-based violence. And we can see, in general, in many countries, in recent years, the majority of countries have achieved the gender parity in education at the primary levels. Of course, we have also many other cases, for example, in Africa, that we have a lot more to do. And what about microcredit programs? Microcredit programs have expanded considerably since the 80s because of the compatibility with the new liberal emphasis of integrating poor people into markets, in this case through the promotion of their entrepreneurial skills. There are over 7,000 microfinance institutions in the world. And also, we can see here some recommendations, how it's possible to enact policies to overcome women's unequal access to economic livelihood opportunities and formal employment, including promoting equal pay for equal work, ensuring freedom from discrimination, combating gender labor market segregation, shifting tax structures, providing incentives for employers, prohibiting sexual harassment, ensuring full employment, decent work, and a living wage for all. So ensure the full and equal participation of women in all public and private decision-making, including the economic, legal, social, and political life of the communities, and control over finance and resources. And what are the benefits of economic empowerment? Women's economic empowerment is central to realizing women's rights with gender equality. Empowering women in the economy and closing gender gaps in the world of work are key to achieving the 2030 agenda. And when more women work, economies grow. Also, women's economic empowerment boosts productivity, increases economic diversification, income equality, in addition to other positive development outcomes.
Increasing women's and girls' educational attainment contributes to women's economic and more economic power, more inclusive economic growth. It's good for business, and gender differences in laws affect also both developing and developing countries and women in all regions. Women remain less likely to participate in the labor market than men around the world. Women are more likely to be unemployed than men, and they are overrepresented in informal and vulnerable employment. Globally, women are paid less than men, so there are a gender wage gap still. Women bear disproportionate responsibility for unpaid care and domestic work. Unpaid care work is essential to the function of the economy, but often goes uncounted and recognized. Women are still less likely to have access to social protection. Women are less likely than men to have access to financial institutions or have a bank account. Gender divide remains a gendered one. Women are less likely to be entrepreneurs and face more disadvantages starting business. They are constrained from achieving the highest leadership positions. And violence and harassment in the world of work affect women regardless of age, location, income, social status. And almost a third of women's employment globally is in agriculture, including forestry and fishing. Women and girls suffer most from the dearth of safely managed water and sanitation. There are also the case, very important, of women migrant workers, that women constitute approximately half of 258 million migrants who live and work outside the countries of birth. And although many migrant women are highly skilled and well-educated, they face challenges in accessing foreign labor markets. Employment restrictions for migrants, coupled with the de-skilling prevalent in gendered labor markets and the pervasive stereotypes associated with migrant women in countries of destination, can negatively impact their job perspectives. And another group of women which need social protection are women with disabilities. Except for the economic and social challenges, this group has to face difficult health problems that need to be addressed with appropriate health care. And interesting to see some examples. We have the Illinois Imaging saying picture guide, a good examples of picture guides, but an increased gender-based violence health service accessibility. This collection guides was developed to assist women with disabilities to better understand the sexual assault examination process. We have also the case of UNICEF that has successfully utilized technology to spread information and empower young persons using U-Report in Uganda, which is a free SMS social monitoring tool designed to engage users in issues they care about. And it's interesting to see what happens for the corporate business, for example, in America. The COVID pandemic had even more negative consequences in the financial well-being of many women around the world. As a result, more than 1 in 4 women are contemplating what many would have considered unthinkable just 6 months ago, downshifting their careers or leaving their workforce completely. So this is an emergency for corporate America, for example. The advancement and the representation of women in the corporate world, we all know that is modest. The pandemic made it even worse. So companies risk losing women in leadership and future women leaders, and then in years of painstaking progress toward gender diversity. So all the progress we have seen over the past 6 years could be erased now during the COVID pandemic. Here we can see some interesting reports. For example, senior level women are much more likely to practice allyship. That means women are more likely to fight injustice and promote equity in the workplace through supportive personal relationships and public acts of sponsorship and advocacy. Women also, 1 in 3 women have considered leaving the workforce and downshifting their careers because of COVID pandemic. And here we can see also how senior level women are significantly more likely than men to feel burned out.
Also, Black women is likely to feel supported at work during COVID pandemic. Progress toward gender parity remains slow, and here it's interesting to see 6 key areas where companies should focus or expand their efforts now in the COVID and post-COVID era. Make workforce more sustainable. Companies must adjust their goals to the new normal. They can find creative ways to give employees extra time off, for example. Reset norms around flexibility. Companies should setting new norms. Companies can encourage employees to set their boundaries, take full advantage of flexible work options. Remote work will open opportunities for existing employees, particularly mothers, people with disabilities. Take a closer look at performance reviews. Performance reviews are an important part of running an effective organization, rewarding employees for their contributions. Take steps to minimize gender bias. The pandemic may be amplifying biases women have faced for years, higher performance standards, harsher judgment for mistakes, and penalties for being mothers and for taking advantage of flexible work options. And these biases could show up in new ways during COVID pandemic. So to mitigate the biases that women are up against, companies need to make sure that employees are aware of them. And we need to adjust policies and programs to better support employees. Many companies have extended policies and programs to support employees during the COVID pandemic, from offering more paid time off to providing resources for homeschooling. Companies should make sure employees are aware of the full range of benefits available to them. And because there's now, right now, there's a significant gap between what companies offer and what employees are aware of. And of course, very important to strengthen employee communication. Open and frequent communication with employees is critical, especially in crisis. When women employees are surprised by decisions that have an impact on their work, they're 3 times more likely to be unhappy in their job. Another issue that I only just want to mention, it's interesting that it's generally acknowledged that women and girls face a heavy burden of domestic work as a result of resource shortages caused by climate change, such as food, water, and firewood. Why? Because women are made to walk a longer distance to fetch these resources. A major result face increase in security issues, including harassment, sexual violence. Increasing workloads may also result in families withdrawing daughters from schools to help out at home, reducing the future opportunities. What about my experience? We can see also some cases about gender equality in energy infrastructure. Morocco and India, these are the details. I want to, no, it's not here. I want to say my own experiences that recently I'm the founder and the national coordinator of many STEM projects all around the world, humanitarian programs. And my recent one is called Gender-Based Violence, Why Peace is a Much Better Option. It's actually a program that combines STEM education with gender-based violence awareness, and it's inspired by high rates of gender-based violence in Nigeria, and it has started to be implemented with great success there. The final outcome of this program is actually to strengthen the idea of peace among the students who suffer from gender-based violence and existing conflicts. It is based on Sustainable Development Goals. And also another cause I'm fighting for is the equality between women and men, the field of natural sciences. And I support all these initiatives about women and girls in STEM education because I am a STEM instructor, and I want to sensitize children and make them aware of the importance of the fact that women should have equal opportunities with men in developing themselves as scientists. And also, that's why with my students, we created a radio show presented on European School Radio about women in science from Marie Curie time to modern times. And we also created educational video. You can find it free on YouTube, which was awarded in the European competition Diversity in STEM. Organized by STEM Alliance in Scientists. It was also aired on the national TV channel on the International Women's Day. So by concluding, I want to say that a light at the end of a long tunnel, we can see that how on 24 October 1975, 3 months after the close of the UN Women's Conference in Mexico, 90% of women of Iceland went on strike for a day. They refused to go to work, to cook, or clean, or look after the children. There was a chaos. And what Icelandic women were doing was calling on men to respect their work and demanding equal pay. In 2018, Iceland became the first country in the world to make companies prove that they're not paying women less than men for the same work. Here we can see that all this took 42 years. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, I am at your disposal.
Thank you, Rania ma'am. You have covered almost useful points. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Now I would request Miss Isma Jareen, Dr. Elizabeth Lex, International United Kingdom. Ma'am, Elizabeth, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for inviting me. All protocol observed, and I seize this opportunity also to acknowledge the distinguished guest of honor, keynote speakers, guest speakers, and many, and the participants. I express my gratitude to the great organizers and the moderator of this event, to thank the founder and the president of this organization for inviting me to come and share my inspirational nugget of wisdom. And I humbled and grateful Women International Summit. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from UK, the founder and president of Yes You Can International. Yes You Can International Blueprint is time. It is a mission to transform lives, relationships, and professions, to inspire many, to mentor youth and coach in the areas of mindset, relationship, and professions, and also to educate and empower them. And that is why I
Madam, could you speak loudly? Your voice is not audible.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Can you hear
Right.
me now?
Now,
Can you
yes.
hear me
Fine.
now?
Fine,
Okay.
fine.
Woman is really one of my passions. So to empower them is to give them the tools for them to know their right, to exercise their right, to give them the voice, and to empower them. For this to know who they are, to appreciate and embrace who they are, to discover and use their gifts, their skills, and their talents, to receive support from every angle, to protect them and their children, to educate them to all levels, to help them with their progress in life, and to know their why, what they are doing, to embrace their imperfection, and to know that it is okay to fail, it is okay to fall, and it is okay to make mistakes. Women need to be respected in their works. They need to be empowered. They need to be respected. They need to be honored. They need to be recognized in the society. How can an abused woman raise a child that's supposed to be a leader of tomorrow? That's a good question. Women's voice matters in society, and that is why we are all here. In the governmentship, in leadership, even at home, in business world, and even in the decision making. So their voice matters. They need to be empowered to achieve, to succeed, and to become. Barack Obama, a former president of USA, stated, and I quote, "Change will not come if we want for some people, wait for some people, other person, or some other time. We are the one to make the change. We are the one we've been waiting for, and we are the change that we are seeking." Change is needed, especially in this modern world. Without change or growth mindset, we cannot change. Without change, we cannot make progress as a woman. So change is necessary. Change is necessary because it will bring satisfaction, it will bring fulfillment and happiness and better performance. Saying this, we are celebrating women. We are talking about how to improve, how to empower our women. But
Madam,
can I tell you
please speak
something?
loudly. Your voice is very low. Please speak loudly.
But can I say something?
Yeah, yeah. Now
No
it
one.
is.
Can I say something? No one can change women except women themselves. They are the one to change themselves. No one can change us, but we can change and we can empower ourselves. We cannot change anybody and we cannot change the system. But when we women gather together to support one another, then we can change. Then we can make a change, and we can make a change in this world. We are the one to change ourselves, to influence others, and to impart into peoples around us. If we change, everything around us will change. But the first thing is to get somewhere is to decide that you are not going to stay where you are as a woman. Let me quickly add this wisdom. Some will fly, some will run, some will walk, and some will crawl. But the important thing is we keep moving, we keep learning, we keep progressing, and we keep working together. It is very important that we don't stay where we are. It is very important that we progress and get better, because without this, we cannot move forward. But before I go further, let's say, how can we progress as a woman? How can we move forward from the past? Focus on the goals, visions that you have set for yourself. When I say forget the past is past. Our experience in the past is gone. We can only learn from it. We are in the present now. And now we prepare us for tomorrow. So it is very important that we forget the past and focus on the goals, on our dreams, our visions. Face the challenge. We cannot run away from challenge as a woman, but we can change the situation. We have the power in us to change our circumstances. Let me also encourage you at this time that no condition is permanent. It's just a phase. And there's a purpose why you go through all this. And we cannot say because we face these challenges, we should give up as a woman. We should give up our career. We should give up all our dreams and our hopes. Because you know what? When there is life, there is still hope. And there is hope for tomorrow. And that is why we keep moving and we keep progressing. So face the challenge and be determined that you will never give up. When you give up today, you cannot influence people for tomorrow. When you give up, then you cannot make a change. When you give up on yourself, nobody can help you. So you need to rise and you need to progress. Very important that we fight the battle of lives and keep progressing. Follow your heart. Opinions of others doesn't count. Follow your heart. Once you know who you are and your purpose in life, then you are unstoppable. You can do it. You can achieve it and you can become. So follow your heart. It doesn't matter if people approve you. Their approval doesn't matter. It's who you know who you are. Build your confidence and stand tall. However, wisdom, experiences, and principles of life are a purpose in your life. They are a purpose. Learning is living, and that is where I'm going this morning. Learning is living. You cannot stop learning. You are not, and you are not too young to learn. So learning is living. The journey of life is a process. It is ongoing and it requires us long learning so that we keep upgrading ourselves and getting better. No one will do that for us. We have to do it ourselves. When we position ourselves, then helper will come. Supporters will support us. The government will support us. Our men will support us and stand by us. But you have to start from individual as a woman. When you treat yourself, then people will treat you the way you treated yourself. When you present yourself, it's the way people will respect you. So it all has to start from us as a woman before we receive any other support out there. Malcolm X said, and I quote, "Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepares for it today." Yes, that's what I'm talking to. That is what I'm saying this morning. We need to educate ourselves. We need to improve ourselves. We need to better ourselves. When I'm saying ourselves, we all know who we are. So we need to help we have to help ourselves and help others to develop themselves. So to empower is to educate ourselves and educate our women. Knowledge is power. So keep learning. Mindset is storehouse of information, and the quality of information you stored in your mindset will determine your value. So what are you feeding yourself, if at all, if you are doing that? Because without gaining knowledge, without educating yourself, and without learning, keep learning, consistent learning, you cannot get the right information into your mindset. So it is very important. It will determine what and how you think, you believe, and what you act on that has become your habit and lifestyle, and finally will become. So, women, it's time for us to rise up. As a global inspirational speaker, I am challenging all women all over the world. It is time to rise up. If we don't rise up, there will be no hope out. If we don't know our rights, we cannot progress and we cannot act, and people will not see us or hear our voice, but we need to do it. However, we still have so many people in the rural area. They need our help. So all the information we are getting on this stage is for us to share it, to empower, to support other women that didn't have that opportunity that we have these days. It is time for us to stand together as a woman. It is time for us to learn new skills. We are not old and we are not young, but this is the right time for us to learn. This is the right time for us to take our position. If Mrs. Michelle Obama then develop herself, she will not be where she is. If other women as well that are prime minister and head of state somewhere, lawyers, doctors, presidents, if they don't develop themselves, they won't be where they are. And that is why I will say to you, power is in your hand. Greatness is in you to become, to achieve, and to succeed. Finally, women ask what it takes to progress in life and become better person. We can support them. Men, thank you for standing by us, but we need you more than before. If we are going to do this, we need your support. We need you to stand by us. We need your inspiration. We need your resources for us to stand. Because when we stand together, then we can do great things. It all started from the family. Empowering life. Are you empowering your younger ones, your children, the youth around us? Are we empowering them? Are we giving them the hope that they need for tomorrow? Because you know what? This youth, these children, they are the leaders of tomorrow. And for them to take their position, it's all lies on us to inspire them, to motivate them, to empower them, to educate them, to provide what they need, and also to encourage others to know their rights and to exercise their rights. This is Dr. Elizabeth Lucas from United Kingdom. Thank you very much for inviting me. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for excellent talk.
Huh.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, and well said, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and motivate all the participants are present here. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Now I request Miss Ikra Akram from Lahore College for Women University, Lahore, Pakistan. Ma'am, welcome you.
Thank you so much. It's Azan here. Can we wait for 2 minutes uh, to finish the Azan?
Okay, fine. We shall wait. We shall wait.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me here, for giving me a chance to speak on women empowerment. Women empowerment is the most important issue in our society or around the globe. Women empowerment, we are talking about if we educate a man, we educate a man. And we educate a woman, we educate a generation. So I will talk about the first. I will talk about what we perceive that what is empowerment is. Empowerment is the process which enables one to gain power, authority, and influence over other institution or society. It's a process that allows one to gain knowledge, skill, and attitude needed to cope with the changing world and the circumstances in which one lives. So feminism is not about that we have to strengthen the women. Women are already strengthened in many ways, but the thing is that we have to change the perception. What people are perceived, how the people are perceiving the strength of the women. So women empowerment is the process and the outcome of the process by which women challenge gender bias discrimination in every institution and structure of society. Why should we empower our women? We should empower our women to increase the to reduce the educational problems of the women, to improve the to improve the women in the societal roles as well. We have to make them confident, and we have to like them in the unity, and we have to remove the traditional barriers which are creating barriers in their society, in their professional moves. Or we have to empower our women to eliminate the poverty and ignorance from our society. Why should we it should have to be to remove the exploitation, harassment, and discrimination, which is more increasing more and more in our societies. When we talked about the women population is around the 51% in Pakistan. So when we talked about the 51% of the population, which if the 51% of the population contribute in the country's progress, then the country will be the best economic power in the world. So we could make the country an economic power. To make the country an economic power, we have to enable our women to contribute in the economy of the country. So gender victims who suffer abuse are struggling. 32% of women have experienced physical violence in Pakistan, and 40% of ever married women have suffered from spousal abuse at some points in their life. The Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey 2012 to 2013, however, these statistics do not accurately represent the full extent of cases. One in two Pakistani women who have experienced violence never sought help or told anyone about the violence they have experienced. So they are just experiencing the harassment, but they are not reporting it to the police or reporting it to the authorities. They are not expressing it even in the society. Society has bad impression of those women who are having the harassment. They have different perceptions about the harassed women. They think that they are wearing that type of dress, or they are going outside, that's why they are having the harassment. It's not the way, it's the perception the men are perceiving the women. So we have to eliminate that perception of the people. 45% of women slapped kicked or beaten. 75% women are battered by try to commit suicide. 77% men felt their masculinity threatened in their wives did not listen to them. 55% of women perceive violence as normal part of their marriages. It's the thing that persists in a culture, that persists in a society, that persists in the mind of the people. We have to change the mind of the people in order to empower our women. How we can empower our women? We can give them the safe groups. We can give them the Anganwadi. We can give them the. We can make the rules and the regulations. We can start up the different schemes for them. We have to plan different activities for them. We can employ them in different fields. We can have the perceived quota of the women to to ensure the employment of the women. We can help them in having the businesses, in establishing their businesses. We can help them to grow more and get better food, and to help them to educate themselves and to educate the society as well. We can help them to achieve the victory against every evil. So I will talk about the women who are the example of the empowerment. I have Fiza Farhan from Pakistan. Fiza Farhan is a Pakistani proud woman. Fiza Farhan is a Pakistani-based woman entrepreneur and development expert. Featured in the US magazine Forbes 30 and the 30 list of social entrepreneurs for 2015 and against in Forbes Asia list of 30 and the 30 social entrepreneurs in 2016. She represents Pakistan on the United Nations Secretary General first ever high-level panel on women economic empowerment, along with global leadership. In addition to being the chairperson of Chief Minister Pakistan's Task Force on Women Empowerment and member of the National Steering Committee on Climate Change for Pakistan. Previously, Fiza co-founded and was the CEO of Baksh Foundation and director of Baksh Energy Private Limited. Both companies are pioneering unique and demand-based multi-stakeholder solutions in the domain of gender equality, inclusive growth, digital finance, renewable energy, and impact investment. Moreover, in July 2016, Fiza evolved her professional journey as an independent advisor, consultant on a national and international scale in sectors that align with her interests and expertise, broadening her horizon of impact towards multiple sustainable development goals and creating value-added partnerships between the public, private, and development sectors. Apart from her important roles of advocacy, Fiza continues to wear multiple hats of instigate action through her diverse consultancy engagement with government bodies, private sector companies, the UN agencies, and other development institutions in Pakistan and internationally. Fiza is a graduate of Lahore University of Management Sciences and has an MBA from Warwick Business School of UK. Then we have Aisha Farooq. She is from Stanfield. Aisha Farooq, born on 24th of August, is a female Pakistani fighter pilot. Aisha is from the city of Bahawalpur. She is one of 5 women who have become pilots in the Pakistan Air Force. Flight Lieutenant Aisha Farooq is the first of 6 female fighter pilots in the force to pass the final exam to qualify for battle. She will now fly missions in Chinese-made F-7PG fighter jet, alongside her 24 male colleagues in Squadron 20. Then we have Samina Khayal Beg. Samina Khayal Beg is the first Pakistani woman and the third Pakistani to claim Mount Everest. She is also the youngest woman to claim Everest, having done so at the age of 21. Samina is also the first Pakistani woman and the first woman to claim the 7 summits. She was the first to claim the peak Chashkinsar, above 6,000 meters. In Pakistan in 2010, she was later renamed Samina Peak after her. She reached the summit of Kohe Brober, Mount Equality in 2011. An attempt at the 7-kilometer high Spentek peak ended in failure for Beg due to adverse weather condition. Beg comes from Shimshal village in Hunza, Gujal, Gilgit, Baltistan, Pakistan, and was trained in mountaineering from the age of 15 by her brother, Mirza Ali. She is a student of arts and began climbing when she was merely 4 years old. Besides the Himalayas, Beg has been employed as a mountain guide and expedition leader in the Hindu Kush and the peaks of Kohe Karakoram. Beg has been a professional climber since 2009. Then we are having one more proud woman of Pakistan as the Tasneem Zahra Hussain. Tasneem Zahra Hussain is an eminent scientist, writer, and educator who obtained her Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics and Physics from Kennedy College and a Master's degree in Physics from the Quaid-e-Azam University. She was awarded a scholarship by the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics ICTP to study in the field of high energy physics. In Trieste, Italy, Hussain obtained her PhD in theoretical physics from Scolem University and then went on to her postdoctoral research at Harvard University. While still a postdoc, she had founded the Lahore University of Management Sciences School of Science and Engineering in Lahore, where she later taught as faculty member. Tasneem Zahra Hussain is the first Pakistani female string theorist at the Mir at the age of 26. Recently published a new book, Only the Longest Thread, which functionalizes major breakthroughs in physics through the minds of the people who lived in those periods of discovery. One more proud woman of Pakistan is the Asma Zahir. Asma Zahir is a Pakistani computer scientist who only last year became the proud recipient of International Business Machine Corporation prestigious award, Best of IBM 2019. She is also the first Pakistani computer scientist who have received the honor from IBM. Asma Zahir has an undergraduate degree from Punjab University and a master's in software engineering from National University of Computer and Engineering Science, Emerging Science. Her core areas ensures analytics, cloud computing, and cognitive computing systems. We are having the Fiza Farhan along. I have discussed it. So, in the global pandemic situation, the women are facing the pandemic. In the pandemic situation, women are facing the financial issues as well. A global value chain breaks up the production process across countries, from specialization in a specific task, and do not produce the whole product. We are having the women are facing the issues in having the raw material services and inputs in collecting the parts and the components of semi-finished goods, and to deliver the finished goods as well, to export them in the country or across the countries. The shutdown of factories create a chain reaction affecting the trade of other countries, even if their manufacturing facilities are operational and borders are open to trade. So supply chain contagion export is reduced even in countries with functioning production and no direct dependency on pandemic countries. Factories in partner countries cannot sell through supply chains. They stop or reduce their output and buy less inputs from abroad. Factories in pandemic countries shut down to halt the spread of the virus. They stop importing inputs. So one thing is there, when we are educating the women, we have to educate them to create the job, to lead the jobs, to not just to see, to be the job seeker. We have to enable them to create the job. We have to enable them. We should have to enable them to create the new jobs, to create the new developments. So what challenges we are having, and the digital revolution opens new windows of opportunity for the G20 to spur their goals of gender equality. The digital revolution characterized by artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, and mobile robotics could improve female participation in economic life and enhance the economic and social autonomy of women in at least three ways. Firstly, mobile and digital technologies offer women to potential to bypass some of the traditional cultural and mobility barriers, particularly in emerging and developing countries. Digital technologies could have women access new markets, work flexibility, and instantly acquire and interact with customers, receive training and provide mentoring, improve financial autonomy, and access finance for their ventures. Secondly, women are quite often possesses superior social skills, which can expect increasing rewards on labor markets in digital age. Such social skills are often a feature of women-dominated jobs, and they include, for instance, a heightened sense of responsibility towards a wider community, gender empathy, more effective communication, and greater willingness to adapt to changing circumstances. This should help women avoid the enormous employment losses from atomization, which in developing countries are predicted to account for up to 60% of all jobs over the next 2 decades. It is worth noting that little is known about the effect of digitalization on labor markets in emerging and developing countries. Third, the female social skills advantage could be developed even further if complemented by competencies in abstract or social or cognitive skills in advanced digital literacy, which becomes a core requirement in the digital age. Such skills complementary are expected to increase and they could open the way for women into better paying management and leadership type of jobs. So, concludingly, I must say that we have to change in order to empower the women. We do not. I don't. In the previous 2 years or a year, the women are having the slogans "My body, my right." I am not. I am not with them. I just thought that it should be replaced with the women's. Yes, you can. Yes, you can handle the households as well as you can handle your professional skills as well. You can lead the professional skills with your household skills as well. Yes, you can achieve your goals. You can achieve the whatever you perceive. So, women present half of the world's population, and gender inequality exists in every nation on the planet. Until women are given the same opportunities that men are, men and women are separate. Women can do what men can do, and men can do what women can do. They both have the separate strength and the weaknesses as well. So they have to walk step by step with each other. So when they work with each other, they can do their best. So I think so. Women should have to give the equal opportunity so they can achieve their goals and to contribute in the economic stability of the country as well. So the greatest need of the hour is change of the digital and social attitude to women. Thank you so much for providing me the chance to speak on this platform. Thank you, Dr. Mutmaina, and thank you, Dr. Pramad. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing the information and achievements by great personality belongs to your countries. It's really a great and congratulate and thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, now as per schedule, the session third has been over here, and the next session is going to start. So I would like to invite or welcome Dr. Sehnaz Ayub ma'am from BIET Jhansi, India, as a session chair and guest. Ma'am,
Yeah, thank
now
you so
the
much,
session
madam.
is.
Am I audible? Am I audible,
Yes,
madam?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Shana?
You are audible.
Yeah, so let's begin with the next session. A woman is the full circle. Within her is the power to create, nurture, and transform. You have to remember rights don't come in groups. We shouldn't have gay rights. Rights come as individuals, and we wouldn't have this major debate going on. It would be behavior that would count, not what person belongs to what group. It is on occasions like this we get opportunities to share our knowledge and understanding. I am thankful and grateful to Professor P.K. Singhal sir, Vandana madam, for inviting me to this particular and be the part of being part of this particular event, important event, International Summit on Women Empowerment. I, Shahnaz Ayub, chairing this session. It's my great pleasure and first and foremost duty to thank the organizers for organizing such an intellectual and important event for women by women. On behalf of organizing committee and on my own behalf, I welcome the speakers of this session. And let's begin ahead. I want every girl to know what her voice can change the world. Yeah, Miss Farhana Haq, University of Brunei Darussalam, Bandar Seri Begawan, Brunei Darussalam, Bangladesh. Yeah.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Farhana, you are very much audible.
First of all, thanks a lot to Professor Singhal and also to you, ma'am, and other esteemed organizers who arranged this Women International Summit. I'm very glad and honored. So, as ma'am told that I'm a PhD research fellow from University of Brunei Darussalam. So yeah, today I would like to talk about women empowerment as this is my research and I am working about women empowerment. With the permission of ma'am, I would like to share my slides.
Yes, please. Yes. Go ahead. Could you share? Facing some problem?
Again. I'm not getting that tab. Is it window?
Yeah, it is arrow downwards. At bottom, you will find arrow present now. It's written.
Yeah.
One top facing arrow is there. Yeah. So you can present your full screen will come and you can
Is
select
it coming
your file.
now?
No, not right now, not.
Now?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah, now it's coming. Yeah, woman empowerment, values and speciality. Your first slide was. Now
Yes,
it has
yes.
gone, but yeah, right. Okay.
Okay. So yeah. So first of all, I would like to talk about what is the meaning of women empowerment. That is all we should know. That it is the authority or given power to someone or to do something. The process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming one's right. So there are some ways to empower the women, which we call the women empowerment. That is the ability of women to exercise full control over one's action. So there will be some major points or ingredients like power, access, options, positive thinking, morals, growth, and so on. So the meaning of empowerment according to the World Bank and United Nations. So what World Bank says that women empowerment is the process of increasing the capacity of individuals or groups to make choices and to transform those choices into desired actions and outcomes. And the definition of women empowerment according to United Nations contains 5 components, which are women's sense of self-worth, their right to have and determine choices, their right to have access to opportunities and resources, their right gets to have the power to control their own lives, both within and outside of the home, and their ability to influence the direction of social change to create more just social and economic order nationally and internationally. So how does it work? So we should know that to establish women empowerment, we should work together socially, and start from home, then society, then all over the world we can establish the women empowerment. So for that, I would like to talk about that some ways to empower women. Women empowerment doesn't mean giving her riches. Empowerment begins with small yet meaningful steps that brings about a positive change. Here are some ways to help empower women all around. First of all, to ensure women's safety, which is out in streets, women fight an unspoken war every day. Some are assaulted, some molested, and some violated. Truth be told, there is no safe haven for women anywhere. Since most of these horrific
Farana, your slide is not changing. You are on first slide?
really, here it's changing.
No, it is not changing. You change it.
Okay, let's
slide
scroll.
presentation.
Okay, but I can see the changes.
But here we are not. You again start the presentation. Your presentation has gone.
Yeah, I just stopped.
Yeah, you again start your presentation, please.
Okay. I think because of the slow net, that's why not coming.
So please start your presentation, Farana.
Yeah. Farana, you are still facing problem?
Because of the.
Sir, I think because of poor net, I think she is unable to.
So can you put your presentation in group so I shall start presenting from here?
How to?
Yeah, to the group where WhatsApp group. If you can send file to WhatsApp group.
Yes, I can.
Or in the bottom you see one arrow sign is there in the bottom.
Yeah.
One arrow. Yeah, you press that arrow sign.
Can I send to the group?
Yeah, please send to the group. I shall share from here. Please send it.
Yes. Yeah.
Please.
So because of the poor net, I think it's having. Sorry for this.
Then it's okay. You please.
Yeah.
All the remaining speaker, please put your presentation in the WhatsApp group. So we shall share from there if there is any problem.
Yes. Yeah, true.
Farana not received your presentation.
I think I have submitted now, posted in the group.
Posted. Let us wait for it.
Yeah.
So it is showing tick mark.
No, sir, we are not received at our end.
Now let me check it. Yes, I got it. Now I got it. I shall present it. Yes, please continue.
Mm, yeah, I think in the eighth slide, I
Okay.
was in the eighth. Yeah.
Yes.
No, after that eight. After, yeah, this one. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
the before, the previous.
Previous. Okay.
Yeah. So I was talking about the safety of women. So while government does need to initiate strict laws for the safety and security for women, we too need to keep our eyes open for the wrongdoers. And secondly, education. We should establish education for women. An educated girl cannot only live life on her own term; she can very well change the world. As responsible citizens, it in our duty to take the first step from the urchin girl who begs for alms to that rag picker who lives under the bridge. Every girl needs and deserves to be educated. Teach on, teach all, and open new pathways for her bright future. Third is the healthcare we should establish. Safety is not just fighting criminals but also creating a safe, survivable environment for women all over. Ensure a safe, holistic environment and regular health checkup. Uh, Fourthly, save a girl. We focus on women empowerment every now and then, but now we will initiate the steps mentioned above when there will be no women. Girls in many parts of the world, including India, are killed before birth. Reasons are many, but the consequences are horrific. So teach job skills to women. A small skills is enough for a woman to start a career, be it gardening, sewing, or craftsmanship. These efforts can help them start a small scale business of their own, share new ideas with them, and help them learn because women empowerment begins with small initiatives. Raise voice against gender inequality. So above all, raise your voice, stand up for every woman, and help decrease the prevalent gender disparity in all the stratas of society. Last but not the least, give her freedom. Don't travel alone. Don't travel late. Stay within limits. So this is the stereotyping sentence for women. At every step, we tend to imply restriction on women. Now is the time to change the question and the equation. Don't bind them in the chains of orthodox views. Give them the freedom they deserve. If you wish to change something, broaden your mind and see what great achievers women can become. So these are the things we should take steps to empower women. So the next slide I would like to talk about. So, what is women empowerment? I just talked about that this is the process and outcome of the process by which challenge gender-based discrimination against women in all the institution and structures of the society. Then next, I would like to go. So, values of an empowered woman. So, there are some values of empowered women, which is improves in personal knowledge, self-defining power, personal power, authenticity, creativity, physical strength, equality, mutually in relationship, economic identification, women identification, freedom from oppression, having political power in society. So, the next I would like to go the next slides. So this is the improves in personal knowledge, which is the thing that explore and trust own thoughts, emotion, desires, and experience, recognize positive and negative characteristics, set your goals and work towards them, know about positive value assertion, and know self through own creative work. So you should be creative. Women should work on creativity to expand their knowledge, credit self for her thoughts and feelings and action, etc. So the second one I will, yeah, self-defining is create her own definition of herself rather than accept other definition of her. Like you have to create your own identity. Others can indicate your identification. Like you have to create your own and make your own personality by your work. So the according to my observation regarding self-defining is true happiness come to those who dare to live out of their passion, no matter what anyone else tell. Live your dream. So the third one I would like to go. Third point, a healthy self-concept is the thing that the view of your own self and effect on a person or object influence the reinforce self-esteem and resilience. So these are the thing of a healthy self-concept. So the next slide, the personal power is the power to be strong, not from skillful, do not require support from men to survive. In society, the elders and the other people think that to survive you should have men support. So it should not be like that. Self-governing and positive self-image. The next one, I should go the fourth number slide. Authenticity is be honest without shame. Ignore criticism if you have from others. If you are doing something, you should just go ahead and enjoy. You should not care about others' criticism. Acting on own values, desire, emotions, need, capabilities to do something positively. Then first, creativity is the thing to increase diversity competition and success in new ways, especially important creative action, and personal freedom is the main core thing for women to move forward. Then the sixth point I would like to talk about after creativity, physical strength and equality. So physical strength is very important for women to establish their goals and power, as equality with men it's also needed. Then equality is the right of women and men to live as free and equal as a human being, and women's constitutional rights as citizens work together and access to wealth is also important. Then the eighth point I would like to go, mutually we should be very mutual in relationship to understand to growth to grow any relationship we should be mutually uh, you know, attractive, and we should be very committed within this. Women must learn to understand economic freedom and how to make money. This will enable women to be financially self-sufficient and therefore economically independent of men. So the next slide I would like to go. Women identification and freedom from oppression. So, what is the women identification? As I told previously, to liberate themselves, women must stop selling out their identity as women by rejecting restrictive gender roles, stereotypes, and by claiming freedom from oppression is being able to grow and achieve without restrictions in society. This includes freedom of movement, freedom of choice, freedom from fear of male violence, and freedom to express one's ideas and opinions without constraint. Then the next I would like to go. So having political power in society is also very important, involved in making decisions, shaping society, to exercise their own voice and to have the power to influence the decisions being made in society is also very important for women. So the next I would like to go. This is the chart I just showed about the women empowerment service by types. This is the Think Business Training. Is offered. Next one, I'd like to go. The procedures of empowering women is this four pattern, changes in women's access to and control over resources and control over decision makings. The next slide. So women empowerment program, there are some women empowerment program, attitudinal change process at local level, and also to reforms the legislation for citizenship for women. And CEDAW is the thing to discrimination against women, to control this and focus the legal empowerment, women's economic empowerment, and social empowerment. The next one. This is the continuing with the thing that is exploring opportunities and networking with national and regional level, and also the influencing policymakers and parliamentarians through demonstration works, seminars, and rallies. The next one I would like to go. So women empowerment is the main thing for getting rapid progress in the nation. So women have to realize their basic problem first. The empowerment of women will help to raise the standard of the family, and then all the members of the family will get better standards and progress of the nation. Today, women is the root of the nation. So without empowerment of them, make sure about the rapid growth of women empowerment. So the next one I would like to go. The International Women's Day is the stance or the example to tribute all the beautiful and brave empowered women, which is on 18th March, International Women's Day, which is the day is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. The day also makes a call to action for accelerating gender parity. Significant activity is witnessed worldwide as groups come together to celebrate women's achievements or rally for women's equality. Marked annual of the year to celebrate women's achievements, raise awareness about women's equality, lobby for accelerated gender parity, fundraise for women or female focused charities. So these are about the International Women's Day is all about. So I think this is the last and conclusion. I would like to quote, according to Hillary Clinton, she said that human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Farhana.
For your
For your
attention.
yeah, yes, for your wonderful presentation. Though there was technical glitches, but you could manage with that. And just looking when you put on your camera, just looking at you, I just want to make one quote: "My hijab is my dignity, my respect, and my honor, and I will never ever trade it for this temporary world." Thank you so much, Farhana. So moving
Thank you,
ahead. Yeah, is the Dr. Jessica Ashe is there in the session? Are you there? Because I couldn't see in the panel. Is Dr. Jessica there? So, shall we go with the next speaker, sir? because I couldn't see her in the panel.
Please go for the next speaker. If she
Yeah,
joins, then we shall call
yeah, yes, sir.
her. Yes.
So next speaker is Miss Nada Rotkovic. She is also researcher, Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, Split, Sinj, Croatia. Equality is not a concept, it's not something we should be striving for, it's a necessity. Equality is like gravity. We need to stand on this earth as men and women. She believes this, she proved it, and she follows it. Let's have Miss Nada Rotwik. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings to all from Croatia. I'm very thankful to my dearest professor, Mutmainah, and to you, the organizers of this big conference. And I'm really happy that I'm a part of this big event. I will share my screen now.
Presentation in group, and
Got
from
it.
there we shall make the present. We shall present it.
Yeah.
Now it is presenting. It is presenting. Yeah,
Yeah.
coming. It has come.
Did you see my presentation now?
Yes,
Yeah.
first slide
Yes.
is woman empowerment.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
And please change your slides so we shall see whether slides are changing or not. One more.
Yeah.
Please change
Okay,
slide.
are they changing?
Right. Right.
Yes.
Continue. Please
Okay,
continue.
thank
Good.
you.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. So again, hello from Croatia, and I will talk about women empowerment from the side of my country. Here is little about me. I'm a professor, assistant, researcher, educator, trainer on the University of Split, Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism. I write here a little short. I do many things, many researches. I'm an author of many academics books, many high school books and workbooks. So let's go and start my presentation. I would start with Batalwala, and whole this morning we are listening about the definition of empowerment. I will only say here that if power means control, then empowerment, therefore, is the process of gaining control. From the side of Croatia, Croatia has an active politic for supporting women's empowerment. And Croatia is a country of European Union and really many politics, and I can say maybe last 5 to 6 years it is working really on this problem. Also, what is here important? Here is important that the politic said that want to make balance between private life and professional obligations at the woman. Before the president, we have a woman president called Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic. In her time, are make the biggest changes. This woman really work every day on empowering women, and she brings many new national strategies, and that strategies are now also and it will be to 2022. What about the development? We are talking about equalities, and here emphasizes is unemployment of vulnerable groups and women's economic, social empowerment. What about the women rights in Croatia? Do women in Croatia have the rights? Yes, they have the legal status, and we have Article number 3 from the Constitution of Croatia. And it is over from 2003. Croatia was a part of a former country called Yugoslavia. And after that, Yugoslavia had 6 states, but now we are a state for alone, and we have our independent. If we talk about working in Croatia, we have 61% of active women, and that women have paid jobs. What is a rule here in my country? How a woman thinks about that? Women thinks you must work. If you don't work, you are not independent. And really, I see my students whole summer are working, and they have work habits. And every today in my town is a big we have the Day of Towns, and it is a big traditional game called Sinska Alka. If you walk in my town today, you will see that many women are working. Uh, if we talk about the fields of women empowerment, here we can say that we have five major components. What are they? Woman's sense of self-worth. I think that today all of us here has a great woman sense of self-worth. Also, we have right to determine our choices, and if we don't like something, there is nobody who will tell us that we must do it. So we must have the access to our opportunities, resources at home, at the work, and we are choosing that. And if we women do that, we have an option to create a more better nationally, internationally, social and economic order. I must tell also, I'm active here on global platforms only 4 months. I'm really satisfied with the work here in many other countries. When you don't work, when you work only on your national level, you don't have a picture what is going on. Everybody has a wrong picture about the countries in Africa, Asia. There are many friends, many my friends, that they are laughing and say, "What are you doing, Nada? Why are you what?" But I can say that the education system is on the high level in these countries. And why I work here. Yes, I'm a woman and I want to learn every day more. I met many new friends, many professional educators, and I'm really happy to learn every day and to share my knowledge. Here, what are the purpose of women's empowerment? We all know that we can do it through education, training. Today is also our training through literacy. I'm sure that everybody of us here reads a lot, trains a lot, make trainings. Our dear Professor Mutmainah every day is making a big education trainings, and Miss Rania and all of us here are doing on this for women's empowerment. So I will repeat: educational, economic, political, psychological, social, and female empowerment. What is our role in the society? Yes, we can be educator, entrepreneur, caretaker, farmer. Yes, here in my town in Scene, somebody will laughing around my houses. We live in town, but many people have cows, chickens, sheep, and you will not believe don't if you don't see that. But we need stability and progress in every day. Also, we must plan. Every day we plan what will we do. And I think that everybody of us has a great and big notebook, and everybody of us make photos and screenshots every day, because if we don't do that, we will not remember what happened yesterday or today, because we are working a lot and we must have a memory. I will cross through this. This was mentioned in this morning about UNICEF, OESD. Here, I think that there are many risks in our job, in our private life, in our professional life, but we can beat all that things. And if we here I put one number, 1%, uh, and it's a 22% women of childbearing age are more likely than men to live in extreme poverty. I think that we, like women, could do that, but nobody don't deserve to live in poverty. I will through this. What is the main concept of women's empowerment? We can say that it needs an immediate and urgent rescue from the clutches of the world be saviors in the development industry. What also a big gap, and we all must collaborate on all these issues what we are talking about today. We must know how to lead. Our colleague Rania talks about STEM. Yes, STEM is very important. All innovative approaches today must be addressed to every woman, and then we will talk about the better economy on the global level, and the better woman empowerment. I have here one little case study, and I'm working a lot on this topic. It is Free Sunday. Free Sunday. I think that everybody must have a free Sunday, but here in this paper, what I made, it was a statistical analysis made from October 2017 till April 2020. In this paper, I present here are only women. Why women? Because first a woman is a mother. First woman must be with children at Sunday. We all know here in Croatia, everybody is going on shopping at Sundays. And that is very sad when you come in that big stores or shopping centers and you see that almost women are working there, and they are working whole day. So here in Croatia, we have a big initiative, and it is on European level, and we are really fighting for this, for the free Sunday. It is called European Sunday Alliance, and in my town lives a priest, and he is a director for Croatia. So we can work in this time of COVID. We work a lot on this topic. Here is a little historical legacy. Free Sunday, a dignified working time in Europe. What is the way forward? Why this phenomenon? It comes from French Revolution. When we talk about something, we always mention history. Yes, everything is coming from history, and free from who and free from what. And this is really correct.
It is in nature of a man to be free, but it is also a nature to woman to be free. You see here that the leitmotifs of French Revolution didn't mention a woman. So today, everybody must think about that. Every woman must think about here. Here is the methodology of that work. The two-step stratified random sample. We work with specialized agency IPSIS, Public Affairs, and the household was chosen by random, and there were 603 women's-like respondents. The base was on gender, age, size, regions, and education level. Here are many questions. First question is, how often you, if ever, go to next places on Sundays? You see here that what we visit, or I think I'm talking now about the women. Women almost visit pharmacy 64% at Sundays, but shopping center is on the second place. There are 48% that said I rarely or never go shopping on Sundays, and 50% of female respondents, rarely or never. Here you can see this is my country, Croatia. We have 22 counties, and when when I make a research in my country, I make analysis of every of these county. So you can see here numbers: Slavonia, Kordun, North Croatia. I live in Dalmatia. Are we machines to make only profit? The next question is, which of these activities do you usually practice on Sundays, and which one did you practice last Sunday? What are we witnesses today? Today we only communicate with our friends virtual. There is no time for coffee, no time for relaxing. I think that we don't think on our well-being, on our health, and that we all spend our time by computer, mobile here, and work whole day. Here, if we talk, maybe a family and woman must go to nature, go to park, do sport activities, go to cinema. We all forget our social life. How important is it to you personally that you do not work with your regular business on Sunday? 52% said it is exceptionally important for me. Why? Because nobody don't have a chance to do this. How important is you that you do not work on Sundays? It is exceptionally important for me. I do not know. I'm not sure. 52%. Here is again that there are many women who are scared to talk open about these problems. Here's also attitudes about work on Sunday. 71 here, the biggest 71, maybe this 73%. It is extremely important for the harmonies and good family relationship that the family is together on Sunday. For me, that is on the first place also. Even 85% consider work on Sundays to be bad because employees are not paid. They are not paid double for Sunday. If they work, they must be paid double for their work. Do you personally support maximum limitation of work on Sundays? 47% said that they fully support that.
Uh, Attitudes on situation that family member had to work on Sundays. The biggest percent is I would mind mainly, 29%. I would mind mainly. And here 3% didn't know and not sure. Attitudes on situation that family member had to work on Sundays. Here we compare male and female also. Here we took again 603 respondents and have 315 males. Would not mind, would mind. Woman said would mind at the age. What we see at the age. From 45 to 60 years, 63% would mind. From the education, primary, high, elementary, here the faculties didn't want to collaborate with this because in Croatia there is a big influence of politics. So this time we go and it isn't important for my research. Why? Because on this research also work with me my professor, Dr. Elza Juror, and this priest also who is a doctor. So we have from this sector a very professional person and who makes an intern survey on the faculty. So we didn't put it here, but it is making for us. Here is in the region, job status, personally works on Sundays. Here we can see that maybe this, how important is it to you personally not to work on Sundays? This is make all the data we put here, and always we use this. It is important, it is not important, and do not reply. So I think it is very interesting because of our demographic futures. In Croatia, today the situation is that many young couples lives together. They don't go married and they don't have kids. The situation with kids is alarm, and I think it is the big population and also women. Why women don't want to born children? Because situation is that if they had a job, they can lose the job, and if that politics don't make the better for the woman, unfortunately there will be less kids on this world, and we like educators, professors, who would we teach? About my conclusion, so this paper is promoting non-working Sunday, and I mean on the woman like a human well-being. Negative consequences has no legal limitation, and the initiatives will go on by this Croatian Sunday Alliance. I mentioned it, we are the part of European Sunday Alliance. Different influences and consequences, social, economic, psychological, health, family, demographic, and are concerned in my country and contemporary in Europe. Uh, Here I said that Croatian is a member, and we work in that. We have a big culture of peace. Uh, I I go through this stratified random sample and through the methodology, what were the hypotheses, what we test, uh, and I think that it would really must be pointed that 70% of respondents support maximum limitation of work on Sundays. Uh, Here I said what the author presents, beginning of an extensive statistical analysis of public opinion, and this would continue.
So, what radical roots would we women make, and how we will treat our empowerment in our future? And this article will be finding also for other multi-country research program. Thank you very much for your attention, and big greetings from Croatia.
Thank you so much, Nada. Just to summarize your talk, I will have my voice, Indian, Spanish, white. I will have my serpent's tongue, my woman's voice, my poet's voice. I will overcome the tradition of silence. Taking care of yourself doesn't mean me first, it means me too. Thank you so much, Nada, for your wonderful, insightful speech on this wonderful topic and giving the insightful about the paper free Sunday. Nice topic, excellent topic, and very important topic. We didn't think of it that this topic would also be the part of this particular webinar. Thank you so much. Sir, Professor Singhal sir, I think Dr. Jessica is not there in this session, in this webinar. So shall I hand over the session to Dr. Vimlesh for next proceedings?
Yes, 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 please.
Yeah. So I welcome Dr. Vimlesh Verma from Manorashna University, Faridabad. Dr. Vimlesh, please take over the session.
Thank you, Shanaz ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yes, 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 fully.
So, hello everyone, and welcome you in Women International Summit with the theme Women Empowerment. So, welcome all the presenters and the attendees. Thank you for joining this session. I am Vimlesh Singh, Associate Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, India. Host of this session. So, welcome you all. Before begin to this session, I request all the attendees, if you had any query, please write in the chat section or interact with the speaker at the end of the presentation. So with the start with the session, I request Dr. Enlida Luja from the Finance and Accounting University of Exegeka, Pesa, Kosovo. Ma'am.
Hi.
Are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am. Please start presenting.
Greetings to all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am very excited and proud to be here. Thank you again. Now I will share my screen. Is it visible, please?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you again. I'm very grateful and honored to be part of this wonderful summit. So today I will talk about women empowerment and financial literacy. Also, I come from Kosovo. My state is state of the Kosovo. I work at University Hajizeka, Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am Doctor of Science for Finance and Accounting. Also, I am Senator and Ambassador for Financial Evolution. Thank you again. Women empowerment and financial literacy. Introduction. Money and finances play a very important role in our lives. Financial well-being is mainly associated with the control and management for your finances. The objectives of this presentation: general information for women empowerment and financial literacy. Why financial literacy for women? Financial challenges specific to women. Are students' loans women's issues? Top financial missteps women take. Financial literacy strategy for women. What can women do collectively? a new point of view that change basic attitude, learn a special skill. Women at the center. Now, why financial literacy for women? Women have made the remarkable strides over time to become the most powerful consumers and gain social and professional position. However, they still experiences too many demands on their time and money. They are constantly juggling priorities at home and at work, all while maintaining social lives. They shape the future of the nation, but many pay little attention to combating their personal financial challenges through life and into retirement. How is your, in this figure, you can see some question. How is your current financial health, or is your family future secure in case some things happen to you, or are you investing enough to achieve all your financial goals? In this slide, you can see financial challenges about or two women. Women still carry more responsibility than men do for taking care of their children, home, or elderly parents. However, society has made a tremendous improvement in engaging both sexes in raising a family. It does not mean that men are not involved, but data from various social research institutions have shown this phenomenon. This phenomenon aligns with certain challenges that women often confront. These are a few of the financial challenges specific to women. The first is women earn less over a lifetime. Two, women spend approximately 11 to 13 years out of work, mostly raising the children and taking care of family matters. This spending leads women to accumulate fewer assets over a lifetime. Three, women carry a similar debt balance as men, but the ratio of debt to income is higher due to lower income. It takes a higher percentage of their net income to satisfy the debt. Fourth, 50% of marriage end up in divorce. Most women keep the mortgage and the house for the children's sakes instead of pension or retirement income. Five, women live between 5 to 7 years longer than men. Six, due to a lower income, women end up with little, if any, nest egg. The high cost of child care forces many women to leave the workforce, which affect retirement, saving, investing, and in most cases, reclaiming a professional status upon return to work. And in the end is 15% of senior women end up in poverty. Don't forget or practice or recommendation about financial challenges specific to women is, now that you know some of the financial challenges that women face, think of paying it forward and discuss your findings with a friend or a family member. In this slide, you can see our students' loans, women's issues. Over several decades, the ratio of women studying in college or university has increased significantly. While it is good that women have been getting more educational opportunities, this surge of female college graduates comes with a hefty price tag in students' loans. In addition to the cost of education, debt to income ratio is the more serious challenges how to say, once women enter repayment plans, it is estimated that women spend between 18 to 20% of their yearly net income on students' loans repayment. How to? A rule of thumb in financial literacy is to maintain a healthy budget. One of the principles is to limit total outstanding debt to 20% of total yearly net income. Furthermore, monthly payment on debt should be capped at 10% of monthly net income. This is known as the 2010 rule. The idea of superwoman is extremely unfair. Why? Because two women in projecting unreasonable expectation and causing tremendous pressure and stress, in addition to financial challenges. This recommendation about RU students loans, women's issues is, now you know that education carries a hefty price tag for both men and women. Think of paying it forward. Discuss solution to dominate the cost of education with a friend or a family member. Top financial missteps women take. Life is full of choices we make every day, but sometimes we might take a misstep that directly or indirectly alters our destiny and future financial plans. How to? We all make some decisions without seriously considering the negative repercussion we may receive if things do not go as planned. There are some common missteps that women take regarding their financial life, and they are as follows. Number one or first, letting husband or partner manage the money without the involvement. Two, signing income tax return without fully understanding or reading it. Three, not taking into account women's greater longevity and not making enough financial plans to stay protected. Four, not asking enough financial question or accepting data without proper verification. Five, not sharing care of children and elderly parents with the partners, insisting on taking full responsibility and self-sacrificing in the caretaking process. Six, not having their own saving and checking accounts or debit and credit cards, not preparing for long-term financial decisions, especially for retirement. Eight, keeping the mortgage instead of pension or retirement income in divorce. Nine, failing to identify debts in divorce. In the end, or 10, failing to protect future assets, change or wills or beneficiaries. Practice. Now that you know many of the missteps that women take in making financial decisions, think of paying it forward and discuss these challenges with a friend or a family member. Financial literacy strategies for women. There are many strategies to help women financially and guide them to financial security and freedom. Education and the improvement of women should be the crown of any financial plan. How to? Financial education about money management, investing and protecting are not always offered at school or university or available at home. They are left for each person to experience. This information is stumbled upon in many cases, but women learn valuable life lessons through the process while desiring a safe financial passage. Here is a list of options to choose from or complete depending on where you are in your financial cycle. The number one is reconcile your relationship with money. To set financial goals and evaluate your personal financial cycle. 3. Adopt a budget and keep pertinent records. 4. Understand your tax obligation and benefits. Also think of how to increase your take-home income lawfully. 5. Eliminate debt for the purposes of living beautifully with financial security and freedom. 6. Adopt an emergency fund and use it wisely. 7. Establish a saving methodology for each goal. 8. Always keep health and other insurances active. 9. Establish a personal retirement account in addition to a workplace retirement account. In the end, or 10, create an emergency financial kit and keep all documents up to date. Practice. Now you know many ideas and strategies to help yourself and women reach for financial security and freedom. What can women do collectively? In this slide, or what can women do collectively? Some financial issues should be addressed individually by women, but sometimes their collective power can help. Consider collectively voicing concern and work on finding solution for a better life for all women. How to? It is critical for every woman to advocate on behalf of all women by discussing issues and topics related to women's lives and happiness. Here is a list of topics that women could collectively champions. What are? The number one is to receive the pay they deserve for equal work opportunities and conditions. 2, to have access to higher paying jobs without having to sacrifice raising a family. 3, to receive adequate and affordable child and elderly care and remain in the workforces. The number 4 is to have access to quality, flexible work schedules and paid family leave. 5, to receive support through expanded tax credits to meet the cost of raising a family. 6, to strengthen social security benefits for women as an added protection for retirement. 7, to receive available and quality health insurance as they exit the workforces. Practice or recommendation about what can women do collectively. Now you know what women can do collectively to advocate for their financial security, freedom, and happiness. Think of paying it forward and discuss your experiences with a friend or a family member. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention and your pension. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Enelida Luza, for enlightening the another aspect of women empowerment. I think Ms. Alka Batra want to ask anything? Hello? Hello?
They have clicked the hand, raised the hand. So
Yes, sir.
you may call the another speaker, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, the next speaker, Dr. Gulu Erkala from the University of Turkey. She is not present in the, I think so, in the uh, attendees which are present. So can I call to Dr. Ria?
Please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So now I request Dr. Ria Ettersel from KU, Lunavilla, Belgium, for the session. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome you in this session.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
please.
Okay. So I'll share my presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Can you see
yet, ma'am.
You press arrow arrow button is there. You press that arrow button in the bottom.
Ma'am, at the bottom of the screen there is a square arrow with there is a square which having some arrow in the upward direction. So you can click on that.
Let's see. Yes, I clicked on that. Okay, now I see what I need to do. Your entire
One
screen.
screen might have you select the screen.
Right.
Then
Okay.
select the presentation. Share presentation. No, I shall tell you. Just after pressing the arrow button, then you press the entire screen.
Right.
Yes, it is coming.
Yes, now you can see it?
Yeah, it's present. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Now,
And thank you so much.
Now you change your slide. Let me see whether slides are changing or not.
All right, I'll do this.
Yes, it is changing.
Okay,
Yeah, please
good.
continue.
Right.
Please continue.
Thank you so much for your help. And thank you also for inviting me at this wonderful conference. I've heard some very interesting presentations here today, and I learned already quite a lot. So this is amazing. And it's so good that we can all come together to celebrate women empowerment. So my topic for today will be women empowerment, and we can do that via education and entrepreneurship. So my name is Dr. Ria Aerts. So I'm originally from Belgium and studied at the KU Leuven, where I got my PhD in business and economics. There I worked for years at the Research Institute to research all parts on small businesses, entrepreneurship related to education, youth, as well as women entrepreneurship, also internationalization and other topics on entrepreneurship. Then I also worked for several organizations like the OECD, the European Union, and the Inter-American Development Bank, because I've also lived in Latin America and the United States. And now I'm here active in Australia, where I am part of the Global Opportunities Commercialization organization, where we set up all kinds of programs to help youth and women as well. And I also co-founded the social enterprise Migrant Women in Business, where we help women entrepreneurs that are migrants to Australia. So my topic will focus on these parts as well. So why education? And I think already some other speakers have come on that education is indeed a powerful tool to give empowerment to women. So when we look at a study of the OECD in March 2019, they found that in most countries, there are more women than men that graduate from tertiary education. So that is in fact wonderful, right? So it is not anymore like 30, 40 years ago that there were more men graduating from universities, for example. So, but we still see that fewer women than men complete the science, the technology, the engineering, and the mathematics degrees at the university. So more the STEM degrees. And why is that? Well, they found that there is a difference between boys and girls. They were doing a study and taking the age of 15-year-old boys and girls. And they saw that girls, they were in fact equally good at STEM topics as boys, but they were better at reading than boys. So the result was that girls were choosing for university degrees more these types of directions. They had to do more with reading and with art than boys would, because they were feeling even more comfortable and even better than boys in these subjects. Though they were equally good at the STEM topics, still they were, a lot of them are choosing for the other type of degrees. Then they also found the self-efficacy that boys, they were more confident to undertake STEM studies. So it would be interesting here if we can boost the confidence of girls also being in these programs, the STEM programs. And there was less enjoyment and interest of the girls in sciences. And so is it really a problem? So should we have more women in this STEM? Well, there are a few reasons why it would be good. The first one is that STEM jobs, in fact, are paid higher. And we saw already from Nada's and also, in fact, of Ekeleda's presentation that there is still a lot of wage gaps. So women are still making less money, even if they do the same job as men. Now, if they already do the same job, then it's easier for them to also ask for that higher wage. And that was already done a study in Harvard University. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics benefit, in fact, from a female touch. Because if we look at a lot of inventions and a lot of things that are being brought in from the world of science, mathematics, technology, and there's often, especially also in the field now of health technology, we see that often these things are made with primary men in as a consumer in mind. I'm also a co-curator of One Health Tech, where we study all these new technologies that are developed for in the health sector. And in our group there, there's an international group of anybody interested in health tech, but we especially support their women in this field, because we see that still a lot is missing that can be either help women in this health tech sector, but also that women often bring new ideas that because they need also new products and new things that come out. So that will be beneficial as well, to have more women ideas coming in these university degrees from the STEM studies. And it is also important that that there is, again, this female viewpoint also to help solve other major problems in the world. Because to solve a problem is best to have perspective from both men and women. And that will, in fact, increase the number of efficient and effective solutions. And that's why it is important that we have almost in all teams, men and women collaborate together, and that will be a better way to solve problems, and that has also to do with the planet. And if we have some really good role models of women in these STEM industries, then they can be the role models for girls, and then probably it will stimulate more girls to also take part in these kinds of studies. Also, we see that in the, for example, the European Union and also in other countries, and I think it was also Nada that has given some figures there from the European Union, but it is also not only in European Union, but also in other parts of the world, that there are less women than men that have their own business. Now, we see that in Africa, there are sometimes more women than men having their business, but that is out of necessity. So they don't choose for that because they don't have another option. They often don't can get the jobs. So their only option is to then start a business selling maybe vegetables or things that they grow themselves, and they have to sell it on the markets. But in general, and that type of businesses that is not seen as really the very professional businesses. So from the professional standpoint, there are less women than men that have their own business. But still, when we did research, I did a research topic on digital entrepreneurship, digital collaboration, and the effect on business income of women entrepreneurs, but taking into account also the happiness of women in business. And we saw that most women are very happy when they have their business. And what makes them so happy? Well, there were a few things that they were mentioning. First of all, it gave them a satisfaction that they could bring out their personal and creative fulfillment. So they were doing something that they really enjoyed, and that gave them a lot of satisfaction. Being their own boss was something also very important to them, because it gave them more control over their own life. And they also could combine it then easier with the care for their family. So that's why also it made them happy, because if they could not do that, then they felt always that they were missing something and that they had to leave somebody behind when they were at work. And when having their own business, they had control over their own time schedule and they could be flexible. And of course, they also like the income that they could get from having their own business, because often there is still this glass ceiling, even in the corporate world, that still is there for women. And so often they bounce on this glass ceiling and they can't get more paid for even the higher level work that they do. But when they have their own business, they don't see that problem, because they can allocate the money that they really deserve for themselves. They could also overcome some gender roles and stereotypes by being in this, having their own business, in fact. And there was one other one that I didn't mention here, but that was that their feeling that they were contributing something to the community. That was also another aspect that was important to them. And we found, in fact, that was becoming more and more important the younger the women entrepreneurs were. So the younger ones, they really cared about being able to contribute something to the world, and that was very important to them. But in a lot of places, the traditional education systems, in fact, ignore and sometimes even discourage entrepreneurship options. So they still promote, especially going into a job. So even when I was also studying at university, and that's already a while ago, but there was not even a mentioning that another options besides getting a job would be starting your own business. Now that has changed lately a little bit more, but still the traditional education system is not really the one that really stimulates entrepreneurship. So what are the solutions there? What we found out is that we, in fact, should switch from a competitive education model to a personal development model. What do I mean with that? Well, With the competitive education model, we are always, when we are in the classroom, competing against each other. We are not collaborating. We are always going against each other. And one of the benefits of, or one of the aspects that really makes entrepreneurs successful is that they can collaborate with other people. And a team is so important when you have your own business. So the traditional competitive education model doesn't promote this collaboration, this teamwork, and getting really forward that way. Now, when we have a personal development model, then everybody will feel that they are winners, because in that personal development model, what comes forward is that everybody has unique talents. And everybody could use these unique talents to develop something and can bring something to society with their unique talents. And that is not brought forward in the traditional education system, because there everybody needs to follow the same classes, the same structure, and also will be graded on the same things like everybody else. So there is nothing about the uniqueness of each person anymore. And that takes away from this entrepreneurship thinking as well, because as an entrepreneur, you need to bring something forward that most people cannot bring forward, because that's the way that we create innovative products. And that is not what is happening at the moment in our competitive education model system. So we should create an environment where the student thinks for himself or for herself, so that innovative and creativity is in fact stimulated. And at the moment, that is still missing a lot. And we should applaud the effort, so not only the results. Now, when somebody is trying something else, say that a child is trying another study method and they don't succeed there, they immediately get a low grade. So their effort of trying to try something new is immediately given a discouragement. So there's nothing that really applauds the effort there. But being able to overcome hurdles is one of the main keys to continue entrepreneurial success. When you start a business, then it is not everything that you see, like often you see on the media, he became a multimillionaire. But before he became a multimillionaire with his business, he probably had to go through a lot of failures. And so this is not really taught in the current education system either, because every time you try something and you do it wrong, you are punished, and even often you cannot get further because they will maybe not allow you to go to a higher grade, or they even don't say, okay, if you don't have this amount of points, you can't even enter university anymore. So they immediately block you from really getting to the things that you really want to get to your goals. So one of the new approaches that we have been testing out is that project-based learning seemed to be a very good way to also stimulate the entrepreneurial thinking. What do I mean with the project-based learning? Well, instead of learning only mathematics and then going to English and then going to science, here it is in one project that everything is learned. So it is a multidisciplinary way of learning. So the project is this whole sequence from forming the idea, then turning that idea in all kinds of processes that can lead to an outcome. So we have been with our Young Dream Creators project. We teach now this way young people between the age of, can start from 10 up till 18. So I'll give you here one example. So this young lady, she is very passionate about the environment and about reducing waste and using this waste to create products helping the environment. So she really wanted to do something in that field. So we started to brainstorm and come up with an idea, how can this be done? So then we stimulated her, think about things that you can do. So she was looking in her school and saw that a lot of the waste, the food waste from the canteen was simply put in the trash can. And of course, we all know that this creates a lot of methane, and that leads to a lot of environmental problems and also to climate change. So she wanted to find a solution for that. So we did all kinds of research, what can be done with food waste. So then she studied about biogas and creating a biogas installation. So she found this a very good idea. Okay, and she decided, okay, we are going to build a biogas installation for the school so that the waste, the food waste from the canteen can be put in a biogas installation. And then the product that comes out of the biogas installation will be gas that will be used for the stoves that are used in the food tech classes. So that gas can be reused again. And then another byproduct would be compost. And since they have a school garden, that compost will also be used there in the school garden. So then we started to develop the whole process because, okay, you have the idea of starting to build a biogas installation, but you have to think about it. What do you need, right? So she had to come up with a sort of business plan or the whole project plan, in fact. What material is needed? Who do we need there? What kind of research do we need to do? What kind of expertise do I need? And I don't have at the moment. How am I going to manage this project? So how much time do I need? What kind of tools do I need? What kind of things do I also need in relation to regulations? Because we are working here, of course, with the gas, and so all these things need to come together. So in the end, she was not only learning about chemistry, no, she was learning about chemistry, biology, the environment, project management, engineering, teamwork, financial literacy. So there was all this coming together in this one project. Now, in the end, oh, sorry about that. So in the end, what it did is, so she made a prototype, and so it was possible to reduce the waste that was simply put otherwise in the trash by the school canteen. And now they are using a fertilizer, so the compost in the school, and also the biogas installation. No, I forgot to mention also one other thing. One of the requirements that this girl said was also, I want to make this from reused material because, first of all, I don't want to create more waste. If I buy everything, then I'm in fact not reducing other waste. So she was using materials that she could find in places that were already used. For example, here on the picture, you will see that she uses a tire from a truck because that was needed when the gas was coming in, that there was a buffer before it was going to the stoves. And we as teachers, oh, and then the other aspect that I almost forgot is why she also wanted to use reused material is that she said, if I do it this way, then also people, and especially also teenagers in developing countries that might not have a budget to work with, that cannot buy things, they can also build this. So I want to bring this also to other teenagers so that they can learn that way as well, and that they also can build it themselves. So that was her main goal. And that's what was also all put in the project plan as well. No, the most important thing, we cannot really call ourselves like teachers. We were more like the guides and the almost like the partner in this team. So we were guiding this project a little bit, but we in fact were also learning a lot, because I am not an expert in biogas installations, but by doing this together, we were all learning, and we were all learning from each other. Now, what we also did is we would bring in experts that were even at a university level, though this young girl was not at university level yet. She was in high school at that time. But to build this biogas installation, we needed experts from higher levels. So we would go and ask university professors to help us out for certain areas. We also traveled to Belgium, for example, because I'm originally from Belgium, and I know that there is already a lot of expertise there in Belgium on this topic. So we ask experts also there, and so that way we got in fact information, and we're also learning from experts that we would never be learning from if we would follow the traditional education system. So in our Youth Global Empowerment Institute, we have in fact 2 programs at the moment. So one you have already heard from the Young Dream Creators, where we help young students that have ideas to really bring their ideas into a project, and then from that project they also make sure that there is an outcome. So like the young lady, she had a prototype of a biogas installation. She will test it still further, and then will bring her learnings also to other teenagers and other people in the world. So that is one outcome of there, but we have been working with other kids as well. So it depends what the outcome is. For example, there were 2 boys. They wanted to interview kids all over the world. And so they had to plan that very carefully and set up interviews. So far they have interviewed now already kids from 15 different countries, from Africa, from the United States, Europe, and also in Asia. And so they are going to build a kind of United Nations for kids and by kids. So that is their goal. And so they are learning quite a lot there as well. And then there was another boy who wanted to become an architect. And at the same time, he also liked to play with the games, Minecraft. But his dad said that there was not a lot of interest in it anymore from him for the traditional education. So we set up the project that in a way that he could learn about architecture, starting from Minecraft. And at the same time, he noticed that he needed a lot of maths for becoming an architect, and we even brought in a architect, and he was working with a software package that architects use. And so by doing this boy understood now, okay, I really need maths, and I really need to learn that at school. And so that was a very positive outcome, not only for the boy, but the parents were also very happy. And besides that, we also developed the Young Career Seekers program, and there we help graduates coming from university how they can plan, in fact, their future. So we help them to really understand what they are passionate about, and how they can get then that type of career that leads to a happy life in the end. And by looking at, so they come with out of university with a certain degree. For example, we had somebody with bioscience degree, and it was very hard in the beginning for that young lady to find a job in there. But we pointed out the whole career map, what her life goal was, and everything. And then we saw that she had to fill up a few gaps that were in there. So she did a internship, for example, with One Health Tech. So there she presented at for an international audience on the things that she had been doing research on. Then also she got to work with a company, and then that led immediately to a better job. And for women, that was especially for the women in this program, this is very helpful, because especially in the industries that are still seen as more male dominating, it is very helpful if these young women can get some extra help in getting the careers that they are really interested in and really passionate about, and really can get also the payment that they deserve to start their career. So I hope this was inspiring, and hopefully it will give some ideas to you. If you ever have questions, feel free to contact me. I will be happy to share more about everything we have been doing so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ria Artis, for throwing the light on the women education. And with the words, when the women are educated, their country becomes stronger and more prosperous. Thank you, Dr. Ria.
You're
so
welcome.
now I request Dr. Gul Erkol Behram, University of Snoop, School of Tourism and Management, Turkey. Ma'am? Hello? Hello?
Is she here?
Yes, sir, she is here. I get the message from her. Hello?
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
she has arrived.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Dr. Erkol.
Yeah, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Can
Yes,
you hear
yes,
me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay.
Please start presenting.
Okay. Thanks for your adding me. I'm so sorry because I have many technical problems. I am on vacation. So peki bunun şeyleri neredeydi? Word dosyası. Hayır, burada da Word dosyası. PowerPoint.
Is any issue, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you help on that?
Yes, I am here, but I don't.
You can, ma'am, you can send your presentation on WhatsApp group. The same group.
Send my Sorry?
Yeah, you can send and we can share from here.
Yes, I would like to share my screen, but I don't connect with from my computer. So I would like to try via the telephone, but
Okay,
I
ma'am.
don't. Yes.
Whatever she wants to speak, she can speak.
Ma'am, if possible, then please share your presentation. We will share from here.
Okay, okay.
Please share on the WhatsApp group.
Yes. Şu anda onu da açamıyorum.
Sir, if any issue, then we can call another speaker.
Bir tane daha prezentasyonum vardı ama o nerede acaba seçim?
The speaker, anybody else is here for lecture? If anybody has joined late or want their name, we have forgotten to call. So Irkal, Madam Irkal, you please speak whatever you want to speak. Are you getting my voice?
Hello, ma'am. Dr. Ercol. Dr. Ercol.
Hello.
Dr. Ercol. Dr. Ercol, please share your thoughts.
Dr. Irkal, what is wrong with you? Are you hearing me? Please don't get annoyed. Dr. Irkal. She's trying something. Dr. Irkal, are you getting my voice? Dr. Irkal, if you have any idea, please speak. If presentation is not there, there is no problem. Yeah, please. Come on.
Yes, today I would like to talk about
Yeah, please.
women entrepreneurship on tourism industry. Firstly, we can start with what is the context of the tourism and hospitality. Tourism and hospitality is divided into 4 parts. Firstly, food and service management, tour and travel management, accommodation and hospitality management, recreation and event management. And we can have many parts of that. For example, if you are on food and service management, you can have many jobs as a woman. For example, you can do as a waiter, or you can do as a dishwasher, or you can be on chef. Is it possible to make a job in different part and different area? And you can have a make on career in service and food management. Other part of that, tour and travel management. If you are in this industry, you can have a degree and you can make on possible advancements. For example, you are a tour guide. For example, you are a travel manager. You have a middle, intermediate, and upper degree. Other part of that, accommodation and hospitality management. If you are in this department, you have many possible degree in these industries. For example, you have a housekeeper, you have a receptionist, you have a centralist, and you have in this department have different degree. Other part of management type is recreation and event management. If you are in these industries, you, for example, you are the recreation manager, you are the recreation staff, you are the event manager, you are the event staff, and other important job you are do. Other important issue in the tourism industries as a woman is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a people who are doing a job on self or by self. In my country, Turkey, there are many possible industries in the tourism. For example, if you are a woman entrepreneur in the tourism industries in Turkey, you are manage a hotel, you have own restaurant, or you have own travel agency, and many more I can say. Um, and also, if you are a woman entrepreneur in the tourism industries, you have many degree and level. For example, you have a high motivation. Motivation is an important part in our industries, in most part of that. And one of them in the woman entrepreneurship. If you are a woman entrepreneur in the tourism industries, motivation is so important. Entrepreneurs are by nature motivated. After all, they put in a long hours to get their venture off the ground and invest large sums. Sometimes everything they have to pursue their dreams. They do all of this knowing that it could take months or even years for them to possibly reap the fruit of their labor. And despite their hard work, they know that there is a chance that their efforts won't be rewarded with material success. But they refuse to give in to a fear of failure. So strong motivation and not to mention a steady focus is needed to stick with venture of overall and all. Um, and also another important issue is passion. If you have a passion to go on a job, maybe you can do half of them. And also, I believe that many women entrepreneurs have strong passion. And if they do have a passion, they will do many more important jobs. Um, while a good payday at the end of the tunnel is good for motivation, entrepreneurs tend to be more driven by a passion for their offering as well as by a desire to make a difference. This passion or drive also helps to sustain entrepreneurs during their times. Also, discouragements may be come to entrepreneurs' jobs life. It is so normal. And other important parts of the woman entrepreneur is vision. The best entrepreneurs have a vision as to what they want to achieve, how they can accomplish their objectives, and whom they need on their side to reach their goals. Um, their vision acts like a compass that points them into the direction of the opportunities that perhaps no one else has found. They also have the ability to translate their vision in a way staff and investors can understand. Through networking opportunities, entrepreneurs can find people what they align to. And another part is also encouragement. If you have a good family to encourage you while doing a job as an entrepreneur, you can make do your job more willingly and more powerfully. It is so important to your job. Yes. Also, there are some obstacles in the tourism industry as a woman entrepreneurs. I would like to say one of them. Firstly, if we do not have some contribution by our family or by our husband or by our children, we have main obstacles for them. We can also name to this dual watch. And another is government's restrictions. It is so important in tourism industries, especially in the developing countries, for on behalf of women, because if we don't have some government contributions and also some government restrictions as a woman, it is so important. Another is community perceptions. As a woman, our main role is feeding up children and picking up the house and many more I can say. But if our community in our country change their minds, for example, women can do different jobs and different roles in the tourism industry, we can have roads more easily. Also, another obstacles is maybe some recessions and some problems in the tourism industries. For example, during pandemics and disaster, we have many problems and we have many obstacles. But thanks to governments, some contributions to us, we have we have get well more fastly. And also there are some opportunities on behalf of women entrepreneurship. It is so possible. One of them, women have more willingly on behalf of them contrast to men to doing a job because when women entrepreneurs doing a job in the tourism industries, they have more powerful ideas and powerful beliefs because they should feed their children, they should realize their dreams, and they should see their future with more realistically. So women have more positive beliefs and positive norms contrast to men. Other important opportunities is tourists have more positive image to women entrepreneurs contrast to men because for example, when I see a woman worker in a hotel or in a restaurant or in a travel agency, I have more positive attitude rather than men because women needs more supportance on contrast to men. So one of the main opportunities is our attitude, firstly women and then men. Another important issue is women have more power. For example, because women are mother, women are sister, and women are the beginning of the nature, and women are the beginning of the world. So I would like to finish my words, finish my presentation. Women have more power, women have more belief, they can do everything. Um, these days, I have many problems, but I am a woman, so I can do everything. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank, thank you, Dr. Alcohol, for throwing the light on the role of women in the tourism industry. Thank you very much. So, with the words, I can say a women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world. Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you,
Sir,
Dr. Bimlesh. Yeah, please.
so, sir, if any, there is no presenter from my end. If anybody is left from the any
Bunun
session,
hoparlörü
please.
nerede?
If anybody is left from the any session,
Neden duyamıyorum ki? Allah Allah.
I think all the
I
presenters have
yes, sir.
left,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
completed.
So,
So
okay, sir.
we are on the
Sir,
last phase of this, and so I should say thank you to all the participants and all the speakers who joined here from different part of the globe. We listen the lectures of the experts from 13 different countries. So, on behalf of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers and the Institution of Engineers India and Shivpuri Institute of Technology, Shivpuri, I am very much thankful to all the presenters, all the sessions chair. Thank you, Dr. Bimlesh Garg, for joining this program and chairing the session. Dr. Ayub,
thank you, sir.
Shahnaz Ayub,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Coordinators, Dr. Bandra Vikas Thakre, Dr. Pooja
Thank you, sir.
Sarkar, and Dr. Karuna Markam, all the
Thank you,
experts
sir.
for contributing a lot on this occasion. If anybody can, if you can open your camera, we can take one photograph. Please open your camera if you can open it. Anyway, we are taking photograph. So thank you very much for joining this program, and continue certificate relevant to this program will be available on our website, and I shall put in group also. Those who have joined our group, please stay in group, because we shall keep on putting useful information relevant to academic matters and different issues. So this program is concluded now. Thank you very much for joining today's program, and we listen great lectures and the views of empowered women from different part of the globe, and some of them might have joined in late night or early morning. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ria. And Nada, you have made a good presentation. All the presentation was very good and very informative. Thank you for enlightening us. Thank you. So the function is concluded. I am closing the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, and bye.
Bye.
Bye all.
Thank you, and stay connected.